Someone was saying, LML's like a tree, time flows around him. Well, this is a picture of the universe flowing around my logo, as well, it's a fun thing I did. Hi. Hello. I am like a tree. I am wearing a tree shirt, of course, but let's just dress this thing up a little bit here. Oh, hey there. Oh, that's a nice looking frame. Shout out Jeremy Nels for his... Oh, look at this. We've got a green man to keep an eye on you, rapscallions in the chat. That's right. Used to be Nana Vagar watching over the chat. Today, it is Garth the Green himself. Hello, friends. Hello. This will be a classic old school stream. That's why I went with an old school intro. We're going to do some mythical astronomy symbolism. And let me just get your beautiful icons in the frame here. Oh, that is so much nicer. Thank you for joining me. And yeah, thank you for watching the Others video, the Green Men Were Others video. It's doing real well. Appreciate that. Put a bunch of work into it. And obviously I had a great time making it. You guys know I love talking about that stuff. So yeah, thank you if you've watched that. If you haven't, it's right there waiting for you. And today, well, here's what we're going to do. Well, first of all, we're going to give some credit to Jeremy Nels again for the awesome Weirwood Green Man artwork. Check out his Discord or his ArtStation, y'all. And I'm going to just drop that link in the chat. Boom. And, oh gosh, let's go and take a look at said ArtStation because he's got some cool stuff on there. And yeah, look at that. You can see why we got in touch here. This one in particular, What Lies Beneath. It's kind of Ice and Fire inspired, perhaps. Hard to say, but shout out to Jeremy. So give him a follow on ArtStation and check out his stuff. And where's the one that inspired? It was this one. I saw this one. I was like, bro, can we do the others? You know? So anyway, shout out to Jeremy. And we're going to be doing more commissioned artwork. And we've got a whole new Patreon refresh rolling out next month. And we're going to work in the commissioned artwork into the top Patreon level so you guys can help participate in the art direction or picking what stuff we might commission. So that'll be coming. But yeah, today, a couple of announcements. Like I said, apparently it's Ace She. I was saying Eyes She. It's more like Ace She or Ace She. Again, Gaelic pronunciations, apologize. I was close, but not quite. It's not Sidhe. I got the she part right, but it's like Ace She. And then what I call the Tuatha De Danann. That's wrong. You're not supposed to pronounce half of that word. It's Tua De Danann or Tua De Danann. So, apologies. We do have friends in Ireland who keep me honest here, so I appreciate y'all. And thanks for the great folklore from your ancestors, of course. And then, of course, Michael talks about stuff. I wish I would have given him a shout out in the Green Man Others video, but I recorded it before I watched his last videos about the others. And I talked about, YouTubers doing further research. Sorry, Michael, should have mentioned you. And here, of course, most of you guys have probably watched this, but he just did his 90-minute What Are the Others video. I basically agree with all of it. We're talking about similar concepts in different ways. So big hat tip to Michael Talks. And of course, he was on last week with me doing a live stream, braving my interruptions. And yeah, we were mixing it up about the moon. So if you're into the moon stuff and you missed that, then it's there. But in any case, Narnia fans spoke up. Would like to see Narnia covered in the future. It's possible I might get into that. I am going to be expanding, talking about more movies and books and other things just in the future in general while we're waiting for another book. So, yeah, it's good to hear from y'all about Narnia. Narnia's got some cool stuff. That was the first fantasy that I ever read, so it's got a special place in my heart. And what else would you like me to cover? Specifically shows, probably not shows, more like movies and books and stuff. The shows I may or may not hop onto as they come on, but I'm looking to do like symbolic and mythical analysis of stories that people know. So classic movies, new movies, maybe some books. But yeah, let me know in the comments or in the chat what would you like to see. Here's what we're going to talk about today. Hang on. So this is kind of a follow-up from the other Green Man video. So I will be taking any and all questions about said topic today. So feel free to fire away. Don't feel like you'll be interrupting my flow. Go ahead, throw them at me. But here's some questions that we will try to answer today, so that are sort of left over from the video. Who gave the others bodies? So if they're evicted Green Man spirits and stuff, how did they get bodies? Like, how did they get bodies? That's a big question. Did the children of the forest have something to do with that? Because there are clues about the children creating the others. And here I'm going on about Azor Ahai invading the Weirwood Net and the Green Men spirits being converted into others as a sort of byproduct. How do the children fit into that? So we'll talk about that. How does Night's Queen fit into that? Night's Queen is the other major source of the others, the other mythical figure that is implied as having created the others in a variety of ways. So we'll talk about those two ideas and try to harmonize some of that. Raised by Wolves was awesome. Yeah, that sucks that it was canceled. I've many thoughts about that show and many more questions. In any case, we're going to talk about Winterfell. So Night's Queen and Winterfell are kind of the main topics here. I've picked up on some clues that Winterfell may, in some sense, be a safe harbor or protection or home from the others. Okay, I've read Wheel of Time, many years ago, many moons ago. So yeah, Winterfell. We're going to talk about the idea of making a home for the others, because the idea of giving them ice bodies is kind of like giving them a home. These are disembodied spirits. They're floating around. They could dissipate or into the ether or whatever. And so in order to prevent that, I think that is why the others were given bodies. But we'll explore that. And yeah, giving them bodies is essentially giving those spirits a home. So there appears to be a lot of overlap with the idea of creating an ice castle or an icy tree home for the others and giving them bodies. So try to figure out what's going on with that and what that has to do with Winterfell and the Kings of Winter and the Starks. So I need to move this over here. Sorry, just dragging my windows around. So my general train of thought here is that, like we were saying in the video, the others are... Princess Bride is on the list. Sorry, let me just read your comments real quick. Yes, Dune, Princess Bride. Obviously, Dune well covered, but I might take a stab at it somewhere. Wheel of Time, that's a big lift. Maybe. Let's see. I'm really looking for... I think movies is mostly what I'm going to be getting into. Princess Bride is one of my favorites. Stuff like The Crow is obviously going to be on there. That was a formative movie for me when I was 12. Let's get back to the topic, though. So my general train of thought that I want to follow with a bunch of these quotes. And basically what we're going to be doing is a selected rereading. I've got parallel scenes from different characters like Cersei and... let's see, who else do we have? I got a bunch of Cersei, actually. Yeah, Winterfell, Lyanna. I've got the burning of the stairway, Renly's death. Basically, a bunch of scenes from a bunch of different chapters with the good stuff highlighted. So selected rereading, symbolic analysis. And my train of thought that I will be trying to follow through that, Pan's Labyrinth. Yes, of course. Like we said, the others seem to have been spirits of the Green Men evicted from the Weirwoods. And they were, in fact, and I'm going to show you this today, burned out of the Weirwood Net is the right way to think about it. When Azor Ahai set it on fire. And I'm going to show you that. So they're homeless spirits that somehow needed these icy golem bodies. It's implied that the children created them. But it's also implied that... I kind of already said all this. I guess I wrote this down so I could summarize it. But yeah, like I said, there's a snow castle thing. There's this idea where Night's Queen seems to be making a home for the others. That might be Winterfell in some sense. This does have something to do with bifurcating the Weirwood Net. I talk about the others getting kicked out of the Weirwood Net. There may have been a salvage. That's what the bifurcation is, all right? So think about it like this. The Weirwood Net is set on fire. It's poisoned. And the green men are burning. And in order to save them, there is a partition that seems to be drawn. And so there's this like frozen half of the Weirwood Net that the others are tied to. And it's parallel to Westeros, where you have the green lands and the wall, and then the lands of Always Winter, north of the wall. So the Weirwood Net seems to be like that. And shout out to Here with 1,000 Voices in the chat. And the point of this division seems to be a salvage. And I've got some scenes to show you that. And this salvage is the same act, I think, as giving these disembodied green man spirits a place to live. It's all kind of the same idea. So what we're doing today is taking some old mythical astronomy ideas and sort of weaving them together with the enhanced vision that these many years have brought. So yeah, we're going to harmonize some stuff today, hopefully. And my hypothesis in general is that Nissa Nissa dies, goes into the Weird Net, and is the same entity that we think of as Night's Queen. She's the one who gave the others bodies in order to preserve their spirits until a solution can be found, / they can get their tree homes back, / the Weirwood Net can be cleansed. Purified the demons. Okay? So that, I think, is what's going on. And the idea that it's the children is because Night's Queen Nissa Nissa is, of course, a child of the forest woman. I think she is a hybrid, and I think she is a Stark. Because all the Nissa Nissa Night's Queens figures, the parallel figures in the story, as we've seen, seem to be associated with Weirwood stuff. Most of them are Starks or symbolic Starks, and many of them are both. So that seems... I've been on the Nissa Nissa... Or not Nissa Nissa. Well, I've been saying that Nissa Nissa is an elf for like 5 or 6 years. And I've been saying that Night's Queen is probably a Stark for a couple years. So yes, blue-eyed ElleAnne. She is... That's actually a great place to start. I should have mentioned this in the video when I was talking about the she. But there is one type of she called the... Oh God, I might be saying it wrong. ElleAnne she. Okay? ElleAnne is what it looks like. To me. To my eyes. And the ElleAnne she is the Night's Queen. She's like a specifically winter-associated she, spirit, or goddess. All right? And I showed a picture of her, several, in the video. So hopefully you saw that. But the fact that George named ElleAnne and gave her the crown of blue winter roses, it's very direct symbolism. The name is a giveaway that she is a symbolic other. Celtic Gaelic pronunciations exist to destroy us. It's true. It's true. And yet we try. Still we persist. And I did want to show off a little doohickey that I bought. Since we're going to be talking about the others, I decided a black iron dagger to keep a little hoplite dagger just to keep us safe in case, because, they hate the touch of cold iron and whatnot. So we've been thrifting lately. All right, moving right along. I know you guys like metal trinkets and things. There are some repeating patterns that I was picking up that sort of help, that I'm trying to weave together here, like I was saying. So some of these patterns, just to introduce them before we get into the quotes, the Starks are often playing the role of the others, attacking from the north with icy symbolism. It happens a bunch of times, which makes us wonder, what's the connection between the Starks and the others? What's all this about being the king of winter? Wouldn't the Night King be the king of winter? So, for example, Robb at the Whispering Wood. The Whispering Wood is an allusion to the Weirwoods because the Weirwoods whisper. And Robb's soldiers hide under the leaves and in the trees, and then they pop out and their armor is all silvery. And they are defending the wood just like the others do in the prologue. Jaime Lannister is like Waymar, bold and haughty and invading the wood. And then the tree warriors pop out and capture him. Okay? So it's very good parallel. And Robb and the Starks are playing the role of the others in this chapter, which makes you go, Oh, I see you played Knifey Spoony before. That's not a knife, that's a spoon. Love y'all. So John Ice Eyes at the Wolf's Den, this whole story about the Wolf's Den, which is the old castle at White Harbor. It's the original castle. It was built there by the Starks. John Ice Eyes. Actually, John Ice... Oh, gosh. One Stark built it, and another one came down on the slavers who had taken it over and killed the slavers. I think it was Brandon Ice Eyes. There is no John Ice Eyes. It was a John Stark who built the Wolf's Den and a Brandon Ice Eyes who came down during a snowstorm with his Starks and drove out the slavers. So that is a great scene. And I think I've done a reread of that chapter. If not, we'll do one soon again. But yes, here we have an Ice Eyes Stark coming down when the White Knife had frozen hard, giving us an ice sword illusion. And yeah, driving out the slavers out of the Wolf's Den. So then we've got, and giving a bunch of sacrifices to the Weirwood's tree as well. Then we've got Roddy the Ruin's Winter Wolves during the House of the Dragon, Dance of the Dragons time period. They come down and kill a bunch of Lannisters at the fish feed. So just like Robb capturing Jaime, we got these Winter Wolves led by Roddy the Ruin, Dustin, but with many Starks, and they are feeding the fish. So they're killing people and sending them into the Weirwood Net with blood sacrifice. Same thing that Brandon Ice Eyes did at the Wolf's Den. So then we've got Stannis and Jon. Jon, of course, is a Stark. Stannis is a Night King figure, and they both are leading down wildling armies from the north. So Stannis has got his mountain clans, which are like wildlings, and we're going to read some of that Wayward Bride stuff here. And then Jon was planning to lead wildlings down to Winterfell to attack Ramsay Snow, Ramsay Bolton, who was posing as the Lord of Winterfell. So again, Starks invading as others. It keeps happening. Yeah, Michael talks about stuff showed a pale figurine that George asked to be made as an opposite of the Melisandre figurine. She's like blue and green. Yes, that has been tantalizing the fandom for years. And it has always looked like Night's Queen. And it is one of the things that Durrandon used in his original theory about Night's Queen being an icy version of Melisandre, which is where I got that idea. And I shouted him out, of course, in my theory about, I guess it would be, I don't know. I've made so many videos about the others. I'm sorry. It's the one with Night's Queen in the title. But yes, that figurine has always been a part of that theory. It's like George's, if a woman can transform, if not even a woman, if a sorcerer can transform themselves through fire magic into a fire entity of some kind. Because remember, Mel doesn't need to sleep. She's sustained by fire magic. If you can do that with fire, then why couldn't you do that with ice? And if you did that with ice, you'd get Night's Queen, who doesn't sound like a corpse. She's beautiful. You know, Night's King falls in love with her, and they have magic sex and make babies or something. That doesn't sound like a white. So people have said maybe Corpse Queen is the queen of corpses because they're raising the dead. She's not a corpse. She's a queen of corpses. And maybe she's more like Melisandre. It's a great theory. And I do think that's potentially interesting, because we do have someone needing to use... We've got a lot of evidence of ice magic being used. The wall is created with ice magic. The others are given bodies, right? So... the others are created. Somebody is using ice magic. So, that could be the explanation. I think the idea that I'm going with today is more like Nissa dies and become Night's Queen in the Weirwood Net. But she essentially is still a sorceress using ice magic either way. So another pattern of the Starks being like others, Nymeria's wolf pack. The quote, demons in the skins of wolves sent to chastise us for our sins. And of course, Nymeria is a queen. She's a queen wolf leading the pack. Night's King just has a thing for goth girls, as we all do. Shout out Greywaist Tim in the chat. And so, Nymeria, yeah, the wolf pack roaming the Riverlands. They are very much like the others coming out of the woods. The others are compared to wolves in many ways, are like a pack, you know. And so, which is part of the whole others Starks comparison. And Nymeria is such an interesting name for a wolf leading the wolf pack. And I think yesterday I figured out why George had Arya name her wolf Nymeria. And here's the answer. Night's Queen is a figure who leads the dead green men, the others, to their new home. Nymeria is a figure who leads the Rhoynar on an exodus to a new home in Dorne, which is just a hot version of the lands of always winter. It's like a, you know, cold desert, hot desert, right? So Nymeria, again, a queen that leads her people to a new land. And they come from the Rhoyne, where they worshipped a river. So river of time, that's just Weirwood symbolism. She took her people, her, you know, Green Sea people, and led them to a new land and gave them a home in the desert. So that is what Night's Queen, I think, does, leading the wolf pack of the others. She gives them a home in the lands of always winter, or at Winterfell, which is kind of the same thing. Like Michael talks about stuff with saying, Winterfell looks like it might be the heart of winter in a lot of ways, or at least parallel to it or connected to it. So let's see here. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. And the other cool thing about Nymeria and the wolf pack, Nymeria the wolf is being controlled by Arya the girl, who's in the House of Black and White, which is a symbol of the inside of the Weirwood Net. So we've got dead Nissa Nissa, Arya being a child, like Nissa Nissa is a child of the forest with cat eyes. Arya's got the cat symbolism going by the name Cat of the Canals. The canals being the Weirwood Canals symbol, more Green Sea stuff. So Cat of the Canals, a child of the forest. And remember, Bran compares the child of the forest to Arya and calls it the Arya thing. So Arya is playing the role. She's symbolically dead because she left Westeros. Everyone thinks she's dead. And she's in the House of Black and White, which is a temple of the dead. So she's a dead child of the forest, Stark, inside the Weirwood Net death realm, controlling Nymeria, the wolf queen of the pack. You see how this works? Some ancient witch queen. Exactly. That's Night's Queen. So I really feel like now I understand why Nymeria is the name of the leader of the pack. And it shows you that Night's Queen is a Stark inside the Weirwood Net, controlling the others in some way. Okay. Now the wolf pack itself is a home. It's a home for stray wolves. The pack itself is drawing all these wolves to it. So this is what I'm saying. You begin to see, like, giving the others a home, giving them bodies. It's all part of the same thing. But it's Sansa's chapter building the ice castle that I'm really talking about that got me onto this idea. So no, it doesn't mean Nymeria is connected to the Starks. She's not. She's Rhoynish. It's just symbolic parallels. That's all. And then in the Riverlands, they're talking about Nymeria's wolf pack as well as the wolves on 2 feet. They're saying wolves on 4 and wolves on 2 legs. The wolves on 2 legs are the disaffected soldiers from Robb's army and then the Lannister army that are just turned marauder. Okay, so somebody is talking about the Karstarks, an offshoot branch of House Stark, saying we had some trouble with a band of them White Star wolves because the Karstark sigil is a white sunburst on black. White Star. So the others are white and lead whites and have star eyes and come down from the north. So people are like, oh yeah, we had some trouble with those White Star wolves. That's the others. But it's the Karstarks. which are like Starks. So Starks, others, wolves, kind of all the same thing, always invading from the north. They melt when they come below the neck. That's what Littlefinger says to Ned. You Starks melt when you come below the neck. As if they were made of ice, and they'll melt if they come too far down south with snowmen. What makes the lands of winter always winter, since it is not much higher in latitude than Braavos? It's way higher than latitude in Braavos. Braavos is almost parallel with King's Landing. The lands of always winter are way farther north. I don't know where you got that idea. I can pull out the map to show you. But it's also, there's like ocean currents. Like, why is Europe warm and Canada cold? Currents is the answer. So if you wanted more of an answer, that's what it would be. But you're wrong about the latitude. So let me just show you politely. So Braavos, yeah, it's equal with the Erie. A little bit north of King's Landing. Okay, a good bit north. Sorry, Pentos is equal with King's Landing. So I was wrong too. We're together in our wrongness. Braavos is equal with the Erie. Lands of always winter. Oh, look how far north they are. Like even Winterfell is far, far north of anything in Essos. It's parallel with Ib. The very north of Ib is parallel with Winterfell. Now, this, you can tell by this map. Sorry, it doesn't fit in the frame very well, but you can tell by the map that like George might have been intending that this is like inaccurate cartography, such as old maps used to be. If you look at the older maps, they're more squarish. Like the continents are kind of artificially square. The shapes aren't quite right. It's possible we're supposed to imagine that this is all a little bit off. But yes, so far as we know, Winterfell is far, far north of anything in Essos, and Lands of Always Winter even farther north. So Night's Queen making the others is a pattern we've locked onto many times. Yeah, no worries, Gulam. Good question. You got me to put the map on the screen, so that's always cool. Appreciate you. Night's Queen making the others. Visenya, of course, is my favorite example of this because she makes the Kingsguard. And the Kingsguard are the most obvious symbolic parallels to the others that exist anywhere in the books. They have all the same white shadow, ice, snow armor. Their sigil is a white field of snow white field. They're as otherish as you can get. They're ghostly in the moonlight. They're a brotherhood of men who can't have children. It's just, check out Symbolism of the Others Kingsguard if you haven't seen that. Do I think that Val is related to Night's Queen in any way? The Icy Princess, she must have some purpose beyond what we've been showed. Okay, so I got two answers in Land Exile. One, Val is a very important symbol of Night's Queen, just as Lyanna is. That's for sure. She has the blue eyes and honey-colored hair, which honey is an important symbol, fire of the gods. Night's Queen has frozen honey symbols. So at the Eyrie, it's like a frozen honeycomb. Weirwood has, so that's why Val has the honey-colored hair. Weirwood brooch. She comes and goes in the haunted forest at will. She rides a one-eyed mule, which gives her like Odin horse symbolism. However, we've all wondered if Val actually has magic. Her and Dalla know a lot about sorcery. Her sister Dalla, who's married to Mance. Rest in peace. Dalla, not Mance. So it could be that Val is a sorceress and can use ice magic like Melisandre uses fire magic. Maybe she's got a little skin changer magic. We haven't seen it. It's probably that she just has knowledge. But, if Night's Queen needs to body snatch somebody or something or influence somebody, maybe Val could be her priestess. I do feel like Val has a bigger role to play. I agree with you. Other than being Jon Snow's almost girlfriend, And remember, that's another clue about Night's Queen. Val was almost made not Jon's girlfriend, but the Lady of Winterfell. Jon would have become Jon Stark, and Val would have become the Lady Stark of Winterfell. And they were going to adopt Gilly's son, along with Mance Rayder's son, and raise them at Winterfell as brothers, just like Jon and Robb were. And Gilly's son is a baby that was supposed to be given to the others. So it's a whole Night's Queen others family there at Winterfell with Jon Snow and Val, the Night's Queen figure, becoming Lord and Lady Stark and adopting an Others baby. I mean, that's all in my Night's Queen Origin of the Others video. And there's a cool scene where Ghost is north of the wall. No, John goes north of the wall to see Val, like Night's King seeing Night's Queen, north of the wall. And she's beautiful. And Ghost goes to her and he says, "Are you trying to steal my wolf?" Well, his wolf was named Ghost. So this is Night's Queen taking the ghost of the Night's King, who's John, Lord Commander of the Watch, as Night's King was. So Night's Queen was said to have taken Night's King's seed and soul. So taken the ghost, same idea. It's like Melisandre pulling from Stannis' life fires. So yeah, Val is incredible, full of symbolism. I do think she'll have an important role to play. It could be magical. It could be. Oh, cool. Welcome, CMG. Michael Talks About Stuff brought you here. Cool. So it's a two-way street. We're all family, talking about the others together. It's Weirwood. He calls them Weirwood shadow babies, which is perfect. It's a great way to sum it up. Why did the other lose their ability to communicate in the old tongue and start speaking in Scroth? Well, there's a lot about silencing. So the Weirwoods are screaming, but they can't talk. And they used to be able to talk. We know this because the Blackgate talks. The Blackgate is a Weirwood face that doesn't bleed, so it wasn't carved. It's a living tree face, and it talks. And then we've seen that art from Justin Sweet of the Isle of Faces with non-bloody, green-leaved Weirwoods. That's what it looks to be. And so presumably these are also talking Weir faces, which means the original Weirwoods could talk. Now they can't. So they've been silenced, and that silencing is the same act as the poisoning, burning, defiling of the Weirwood Net. So that's why we see a lot of people, when they do that Weirwood stigmata, they get that bloody mouth and their tongues are torn out, stuff like that. They can't talk anymore. Catelyn's rasping through her throat. Cold Hands is similar. So yeah, losing the voice is a big part of this, silencing. It's like the green men are silenced. The trees are silenced. They can't talk to the people anymore. The spirits are exiled. The communion is broken, etc., etc. So that's why the silence. We're going to talk about that, though. It's going to come up in all these scenes. Sansa making snow knights in the Eyrie is important. She's taking snowballs and I could make a child snow knight, but then we're going to read it in a second. But this is another example of Night's Queen making the others. Let's go back to, I skipped ahead of Visenya. I'm sorry. So Visenya making the Kingsguard, and forgive me if you know this one, but the Kingsguard are symbolic others, and Visenya made them by drawing Aegon's blood. She was trying to prove an object lesson about how vulnerable he was and how he needed better guards. And so she pulled out Dark Sister and cut him on the cheek. And she's like, you need better guards. Because they're Targaryens and they're barbarians or whatever. It's just they're hardcore. They're medieval. And so he gave her permission to make the Kingsguard. Visenya picked them and formed it. So she is creating an order, a brotherhood of others. And remember, there's 6 others in the prologue plus Waymar, who becomes their symbolic leader with the one-eyed Odin transformation. And so the Kingsguard have 7, one of whom is the Lord Commander. Same thing. So Visenya creates this otherish Kingsguard by drawing the blood of Aegon, who is in this case the Azor Ahai figure who becomes Night's King. So, in case you didn't know, Azor Ahai, Night's King, same dude. In some sense. Again, in some sense. We don't know how many individuals there are. We'll never know. But it was a dragon figure, Azor Ahai, that poisoned the Weirwood Net. He becomes the father of the others in doing so. So that's Night's King as well. And of course, if Azor Ahai caused the long night, of course he's Night's King. He's the king of the long night. Duh. And of course, Blood's... I'll try to stop saying "and of course" so much. When I was editing my video, it was brutal. I was like, okay, I say that way too much. I will try to stop. But as we know, Bloodstone Emperor and Nissa Nissa, that magical murder is supposedly the cause of the long night. And it's tied to meteors. It's attached to meteors. And that looks like a parallel to Azor killing Nissa Nissa. So another clue, Azor Ahai causes a long night with his act of blood magic, And Nissa Nissa being a children of the forest is what ties this all to the Weirwoods. It's the same thing as the Hammer of the Waters legend, where children of the forest are sacrificed on the Isle of Faces, and this calls down the hammer, which is a meteor hammer. Same story. So Visenya creates the King's Guard, and then to double up on the symbolism, we have the Warrior's Sons. The Warrior's Sons, Night's King was a warrior who knew no fear, and the others are his sons. So the Warrior's Sons, they come out of an ice temple on the Hill of Visenya. So that's their Visenya tie. Hill of Visenya. Their temple is white marble, so it's a snow temple. Hey there, Fergan, just saying hi. How you doing? The move went well, as you can see. Got the new studio happening. So they're on Visenya's Hill in a snow-white temple. They come out of there with mirror armor, just like the others' ice armor is mirror-like. And then, really to clinch it, is the sigil of the Warrior's Sons. It's a crystal sword on a field of black. The others have swords of ice crystal, and they only come out at night, so you only see them in the dark. And the other thing about the Warrior's Sons, they wear hair shirts on the inside of their armor. That is to tell us that the others used to be hairy green men who were turned inside out. Their skins were turned inside out, if you will. So it's like, yeah, on the inside of the Warrior's Sons are the hair shirts. It's like an inverted skin. So pretty cool. And of course, Cersei, who we're going to talk about today as a Nissa Nissa to Night's Queen figure. Mostly she's doing Night's Queen because she's Cersei. She's a villain, of course. You know, she's the one who creates the Warrior's Sons in the modern times. She goes over to said ice temple, Sept of Baelor, and gives them permission to form the Warrior's Sons. So once again, a Night's Queen creating the others. Then when she does her walk of shame, she walks out of that temple accompanied by, of course, 7 Warrior's Sons. Because it's the faith, but also that ties back to the prologue. The Pink Dread is not being summoned. She is downstairs, 2 floors. No idea what's going on. Thank you, Clowny Brown. Stab that like and subscribe button. Impale it, if you will. And shout out to Greyways Tim. If you're on Twitter, follow Greyways Tim. He and I are going to do a vampire stream soon. I don't know if it'll be on his channel or my channel, but Tim saw Nosferatu and got fired up. And there is a lot of vampire symbolism in Ice and Fire that we have not talked about much. So there is some sort of big vampire project coming from the minds of Greyways Tim and yours truly sometime soon. The others, the Targaryens, all kinds of stuff. A lot of Euron stuff, Dracula stuff. So, I'm trying to clear my throat and can't quite. Hang on a second, guys. It's better. I just needed to stand up and get a good cough in there. So, Visenya's Hill, the Warrior's Sons, that's pretty much covered. So Visenya riding the Ice Dragon Vagar, creating the others left and right. It's great. Great stuff. Sansa, Val, like we said, she's an Ice Queen, and she produces the wildlings that Jon then allows to cross through the wall. And that's the chapter where the wildlings are described as others like 14 times. We did a count, remember? We read the chapter and we counted. And it was 14 references to the wildlings as others in one chapter. So, Val is the one who produced them. Jon sent her into the haunted forest. She comes back with these wildling others. Okay? And then she also, in her tower at Castle Black, she is guarded by the giant Woon Woon. This is similar to Lyanna in the tower being guarded by the King's Guard, who are otherish. And there are other towers that will come up. Catelyn and Asha. Night's Queen is in a tower quite frequently and going up and coming down from towers. In the Eyrie, Sansa starts off that chapter in a tower, goes down, goes back up to the tower. It's, you know. And she's making snow towers as well. So Lyanna, she, of course, blew into roses. Lyanna and she, we just talked about that. Making the others, she makes herself into the Knight of the Laughing Tree, which is a Weirwood warrior, which is what the others are. She also makes Jon Snow, who's parallel to the others and is named Jon Snow, which just means Jack Frost. Yeah, I know some people like to say 1-1 because it's a reference to Phil Simms and the number 11-1-1, but I think it makes more sense to translate it into Woon Woon. That sounds more like a giant's name to me, but whatever. Say it how you want. Lady Stoneheart is an obvious corpse queen living inside of a Weirwood cave, just like Arya's in the House of Black and White. Okay, Catelyn is a Stark. She's a zombified Stark, Night's Queen. She has turned Barracks Band into whatever they are now. You remember that whole speech about Thoros saying, "Oh, at one point we had a mission. Now, I don't know what we're doing." So that's her Night's Queen action. She's pulled from the river by Nymeria the Wolf as well. I talked about the Wolf Pack. Asha Greyjoy in the Wolf's Wood. She is an Ash Maiden by her name. She is in the wood, and then all of a sudden, these tree warriors get summoned. We'll read some of that, but she is sort of implied as summoning them up. And so those are the others there. Catelyn at the Whispering Wood, she is standing on a hill listening to the battle. She can't see it, so she closes her eyes and like pictures it in her mind. It's this whole symbolic sort of, she's like a green seer seeing this through the wood. She's seeing through the Whispering Wood. And so her army is the Starks that are like the others. That's her son leading the army. So she's like the Night's Queen casting the others there. And then in the prologue, it's Wilsa, which is just a joking reference. Martin Crow, how did you put Norse runes into the chat? And can you do more of that, please? And does that say anything? That's cool. Is that a font meant to look like runes, or are those actual runes? Some of them look like runes. Some of them look like a font. Sean says it's bogus. He says they're not. Those aren't Norse runes. Is it a font? Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. So in the prologue, Will plays the role of Nissa. And check out, we should start back for the very full breakdown of the prologue. But essentially, Azor Ahai Night's Queen is Waymar. He's invading the woods, blah, 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 blah. Then he sends Will up the tree. He's like, Will, get up the tree, climb the tree. And then right when that happens, a cold wind cuts through Will like a knife through his heart. So we get this Nissa heart-stabbing symbolism. And then Will goes up the tree. So think about the will or spirit of Nissa. That's why his name is Will, going into the tree. Then Will climbs the tree and says a prayer to the gods, and the others immediately appear. So it looks like Will is summoning the others by praying to the gods in this tree, which makes sense if you understand that is Nissa. So then the others come, and she has summoned them. Wilsa. So there's more to say about that, but I'm just trying to show you the Night's Queen making the others parallel, and then giving the others a home. Again, Sansa, she takes her snowballs, and she was going to make snow knights, which would be others, but instead she packs them together and starts making Winterfell the castle, which would be a home for snow knights. And of course, there's a scene at Winterfell where they have snow knights on the wall, which we'll read. For the Lightbringer and his squishers, a happy new year. Awesome. Thank you, Martin. And, okay, so yeah, Nissa, Amethyst Empress, same person, we think. Or related people. Yeah, that's a little bit of a side branch. I mostly think about them as the same person. But I've got a lot to talk about, so allow me to stay on topic. Fergan, thank you for the gifted memberships. Was that you before too? I think it was. Appreciate you. Yes. So thank you. 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, Fergan. Just spreading the love there. So, giving the others a home. The White Sword Tower is the home of the Kingsguard others. And presumably it was created. Actually, we don't know when it was created. But it is a home for the others. And it is a sword tower, which is interesting. Then we have the Sept of Baelor. This is obviously on Visenya's Hill. And this is an ice temple home for the others. So basically the others always come out of ice temples. It's just very consistent. The Erie's an ice temple, and the Arryn soldiers dress like others. Okay. And then Sansa goes there and makes them with snowmen. The Starks taking in the Manderleys at White Harbor. Yeah, the Palestone Sword Tower at Starfall. Absolutely. Well, because Arthur Dayne, he is the Sword of the Morning. So he's named after the sword. But the Kingsguard are also called the White Swords. So Arthur Dayne is a White Sword person twice over. And he comes from one White Sword Tower, a tower called the Palestone Sword, and then goes to live in the White Sword Tower in King's Landing. So yes, they are extensively parallel symbols. And I talked about that in the Kingsguard Others video. So the Starks taking in the Manderleys at White Harbor. The Manderleys used to live in the Reach, and they were Knights of the Order of the Green Hand. Mander means mouth. The river is called the Mander. So the mouth of the river, that's just another Weirwood symbol. It's a tree mouth that leads to the River of Time in the Green Sea. So the Manderleys are green knights living at the mouth of the river in the Reach. Copious green man symbolism. Then they lose a fight with their rivals, the Peaks of Star Pike. Okay, so that gives you your falling star invasion. Their colors are black and orange. They're fiery. So the Star Pike, that's a meteor symbol. It burns these green men, and they're kicked out of the Reach. They're kicked out of the Weirwood Net. Sorry, I'll try not to. And where do they go? To an ice castle, White Harbor. White Harbor, they're taken in by the Starks, though. Remember the speech by the green-haired Willem Manderly? When we were sore beset, the wolves took us in, and all that stuff. That's what we're talking about. When the green men were kicked out of the Weirwood Net, and they were banished, it's the wolves that took them in and gave them an ice temple to live in. It was already, the wolf's den belonged to the Starks, and they gave it to the Manderleys, and the Manderleys built an ice castle, White Harbor. Now, the name White Harbor, if you take off the H, it becomes White Arbor. Arbor is a word for trees or a wood, so a white wood or white tree, that's what we're talking about, right? But is the White Arbor a harbor? Is it a harbor? Is it a safe refuge? Yes. White Harbor is literally a refuge for these green men. That's right. A promise was made. We're going to see that pop up in many parallel scenes too. These green men, they swear an oath to the Starks that are taking them in, which is Night's Queen. So yeah. Yeah, the merman symbolism is Ray. The merman symbolism is just to imply the Green Sea stuff. So the Manderleys, they were kicked out of one green sea into the cold pond. Yeah, that's the idea. A white harbor for ghost ships. Yeah, it's a great name. It goes a lot of ways. It goes hard. Yes, it does. So yeah, the Starks taking the Manderleys in. That is the Starks giving the others a home. The Moon Singers. They led the Faceless Men to Braavos, which is a cold city in the north. Where did they flee from? Burning Valyria. Moon Singers. What are wolves? They're moon singers. They sing to the moon. So we've got priestesses who are like wolves, and also singers, like Children of the Forest are singers, the moon singers. You see how good George is. The title Moonsingers implies children and wolves, which makes sense in this context. They have a dream and they lead their refugees out of burning Valeria to this northern city and form a new refuge. And in there, it's a cold canals, cold green sea. So that's pretty awesome. And then when you go to Braavos, who do we find? Arya, again, in the House of Black and White, leading the wolf pack, like Nymeria. So just layers of the same paralleled idea over and over. The Starks give the others a home. Somehow, this is something we've not talked about before, but apparently it is true. And actually, guys, the reason why I'm onto this is because I thought I had this idea originally. Remember when I was talking about the TV shows and the Dawn Age trilogy, and I was like, I kind of got onto something like this. Like maybe there's, Green Man hybrid experiments and the Starks take him in and put him in the crypts on Weirwood thrones. That actually might be what we're talking about, kind of. So I probably had that idea because I was already, it's implied in the story. So no credit taken, but yeah. That's kind of where this came from. So Val and Mother Mole are both Night's Queen cold priestesses. Val we talked about. She leads the wildlings to a new home. Mother Mole leads the other wildlings to Hardhome, where she says, ships will carry us away across the sea. To Braavos, actually. Well, no, they're not going to Braavos because Braavos is against slavery. But one of them, I think, is intercepted by Braavos. And so they're brought to Braavos and freed, I believe. And that's how Arya hears about it. So, yeah. And the wildlings are like the others. So they're being led to a new home by a Night's Queen figure. And I said the wolf pack. Now, the Weirwood Net, obviously it gets burned, like we said. But then it seems to get frozen or partitioned or something. So Winterfell is a good example of this. Ramsay's snow burns it, but then it gets snowed in. The Temple of R'hllor, they are flames, but they're frozen. It's all cold stone, so they're flames like frozen in stone. And that, remember, I've said the others are frozen fire before. They have burning star eyes, but they're cold. So it's cold fire. That's what they run on, is like cold fire energy. Cold fusion, if you want. The Sept of Remembrance was the first thing that was on the Hill of Rhaenys. Maegor, Night's King, burned it. And then they made the Sept of Baelor on the other hill, which is an ice temple. So they burned one sept, and then they made an icy version of it. Bigger and better. The burning stairway at Castle Black, we're going to talk about that. It is burned, and then it freezes over. It is a wooden stairway in the wall that catches on fire. So that's already got the fire and ice thing going. Renly's death in the magical castle. It starts off warm and alive with light, and there's all this cold shadow stuff that happens. And it represents the Weirwood Net. It's a green tent, magical castle. It burns, and then, it goes cold. So, same thing. Stony Sept. This is maybe my favorite one. So you guys remember this Old Ones thing that I was on? I did the whole video about the Old Ones from Lang and all that shit. George is using this phrase, Old Ones, to describe the Green Men, the original Green Men. And we should probably go back to all these scenes and revisit them, since I figured out so much more about the Green Men since then. But anytime you see the phrase Old Ones, it's a reference to the original Weirwood gods, and they're always burnt. So at Stony Sept, which is a place where Robert Baratheon won a bunch of battles, Robert the Green Man King, the town gates were made of raw new wood, which means they'll be pale. Outside the walls, a pile of charred planks remained to tell what had happened to the Old Ones. So the gates are important. The Weirwoods are always doors and gates, right? So wooden gates, it's a very good Weirwood symbol. The old ones are burned, but the new ones are raw wood. They're pale, and they are, it's the new gates. So they're remade, but they're cold now. All right. So we've got some quotes to read. Let me hit the music real quick and take a quick restroom break. I drank a lot of water this morning, so I might have to take one or two of these. Literally like 30 seconds of entertaining music, and I'll be right back. And we're back. Yeah, I lift the green man up there. I figured he'd smoke his way through the intro or whatever. So, yeah, we're thinking about turning that into a t-shirt. Kind of looks like a t-shirt, doesn't it? Not sure if we'll add text or not. Yo, answer my super, please. Yo, I will. And thank you, homie. Yo. Let's see what we got. Where is it? Are the moon singers related to the singers in the Weirwood Tree Caves? No, I would say it's nothing but symbolism. The moon singers of the Jogos Nye probably do not figure importantly into anything. They would just be parallels. But that tells you that the singers, the children of the forest singers in the Weirwood Cave are singing to the moon. Per me and Michael's conversation about moon magic, the Weirwoods could be channeling the magic of the moons. So if the singers, meaning the children of the forest, are using Weirwood magic, which they are, then they could be singing to the moon in that sense. Let's see, where was the other super? Let me use my, use this here. Oh, here we go. Gulam. What happens if you cut down a green Weirwood? Does the green man get exiled and become another? Or does he just move to another Weirwood? Well, I don't know, because I don't think the green Weirwoods were getting cut down. What I'm talking about is an act of defilement of the entire Weirwood net. There does seem to be some localization, like if the Weirwoods on the Isle of Faces are preserved somehow and all the other ones aren't, obviously that tells you there's something special about that location. But beyond that, it's really just speculation. So when I'm talking, I don't think there were individual acts of like here and there, green Weirwoods were cut down, randomly. I think this is one major act, and the cutting down is more metaphorical in a sense. The first men warring and cutting down Weirwoods, I think this is all, that's like, be like mostly after the long night, but that's kind of tangential. I can't get into that too much, or I'll do a whole timeline heresy stream. But in essence, that's what I'm saying. The green man and the Weirwood tree exist in a symbiotic relationship. And so defiling the Weirwood net, killing Nissa, a child of the forest, or maybe a green man hybrid, it's hard to say if there's a difference. It's the same thing. Like, I think what Azor Ahai is doing is he's killing elves to get into the elf tree. And that's why Nissa is like a door. And the Weirwoods are like a door. Nissa's scream is like the hinge of the door opening. That's a very important symbol. So I'm glad you brought this up. Let me talk about the screaming hinge. Nissa cries out with agony and ecstasy. It is her scream that cracks the moon in the myth. So the sound is very important. And remember, there's a silencing action. So this is the last sound that Nissa makes. And then she's silenced. So this screaming hinge, it's the same as the dragon binder sound. And that's why Dragonbinder's sound is like a scream. It's a hinge that opens the door of death. It's a forcing open of the Weirwood Net door. It's like prying it open. And every time they open the door to the Winterfell crypts, you get the screaming hinge. It's the same thing. The crone supposedly opened the door of death to let the first ravens into the world. That's probably talking about Night's Queen creating the others too. So yeah, the screaming hinge. That's the door. So Nissa Nissa's death is a door that Azor Ahai forces open to break into the Weirwood Net. And that act sets it on fire. And this is all right. So yeah, as an elf, I find that very offensive. Oh, it's very offensive. That's why I said Azor Ahai the bad guy. I made a video called that. The Dusky Woman. Yeah, so dusk. What's dusk? Dusk is sunset. Nissa Nissa is a woman whose death brought on the long night. So she's the Dusky Woman and she can't talk. Yes, you got it. You got it. The wall is a hinge. Absolutely. It's a hinge of the world. Thank you, Daniel. I almost would have missed that part. The hinges of the world are focal points of huge magic power that are tied to like potentially the earth itself or the Weirwoods or God knows what. So if you force open a hinge, you're using the magic of the natural magic of the world and you're like ripping it open. So yeah. Okay, so the fall of the others. The others, actually, before we go the fall of the others, let's do this part. And this part meaning the end of an old Ice and Fire essay that I wrote a long time ago. From a long time ago. 2016. So at the end of The Grey King and the Sea Dragon, which is probably one of my biggest breakthrough essays, I had this whole section, and we're not going to read all this section. It's just some of these quotes I'm going to pull from is all we're doing. So don't freak out. Oh, freak out. This is like a 3-hour essay. It's like a podcast. It's an essay I read as a podcast. Fiery Sorcerers. Where's this? Sorry, I had this queued up, and then when I restarted my computer, it reset. So there is this repeating pattern of Weirwood symbols being burned, and when they are burned, fiery sorcerers appear. Some of you guys might remember this. We see it at Dany's hatching of the dragons. She sees two versions. She sees fiery dancers in the flames that remind her of the dancers at her wedding. And she thinks this is a wedding too. And there's all this lover's language between her and Drogo and the fire. And then later she sees fiery sorcerers. So fiery dancers, fiery sorcerers. And they are like the dancers at Dany's wedding. So this is why I called it the alchemical wedding. Right? And so these fiery dancers, they appear every time there is a symbol of the like Azor Ahai Weirwood Net burning. We always see these fiery dancers coming out of the wood. And I used to have this old argument with a guy called Voice of the First Men, who was a Westeros.org theorist, brilliant guy, and we used to argue about these fiery spirits. And I used to say, these are like fiery green seers. These are Azor Ahai's green seers, and they're fiery green seers. And he's like, no, they're the others. They're both. They are the others. What these are the green man spirits getting burned out of the Weirwood Net. And so they manifest as burning spirits in that moment. And then they need bodies, and they must then become the others. And so this is what I figured out. I wrote this a long time ago, but didn't know exactly what was going on. But here's the, this one is, if you remember Arya at the village next to the God's Eye. This is another Weirwood Net burning symbol. The whole village gets burned by Amory Lorch. Then they're throwing moon meteor torches over the walls. and they catch this big tree on fire. And then Arya and the 3 demons summoned up from hell, Rorge, Biter, and Jaqen H'ghar, they're in the burning barn, which is yet another Weirwood Net symbol. Okay, the barn is a place for horses. Yggdrasil's Odin's horse. It's a house. Just think about, it's a wooden house. The tree is a wooden house for green seers. The barn is burning. What does Arya do? She frees the demons, and they escape out a tunnel. Out a tunnel, which is like a portal or a cave in the Weirwood Net. And they come out of the burning village, and then next day the village is cold and ashes, and they're by the god's eye, and Arya sees the swans and all that stuff. So here's the quote from that one. See, they were men with torches. The town was full of lantern bugs. Then she realized they were men with torches, flames looking at the belly of the night with hot orange tongues. So there's all this fiery sorcerer dragon language. It's all moon meteor stuff. This is a long night apocalypse. Fires blazing everywhere. Torches spinning through the air. That's the best meteor symbol. The torches, remember, the comet is called Mormont's torch. So it's an obvious, anything that's fiery and you throw through the air is an obvious meteor symbol anyway. But yes, Mormont's torch. So the torches are spinning through the air. 100, 200, I don't know. Over the roar of the flames, she could only hear shouts, so the dragons are roaring. And then it says, firelight glinted off metal helms and battered their mail and plate with orange and yellow highlights. So we've got fiery soldiers with reflective armor. And then, let's say, fire's roaring, and then black and orange. The fire leapt from one house to the other. And then it says, Arya saw a tree consumed, the flames creeping across its branches against the night, and until it stood against the night in robes of living orange. So the tree is in robes of living orange. That's the R'hllorist priests. They dress in robes of fire. So this tree is turned into a burning tree. And remember, the Weirwood leaves are like a canopy of flame. So the Weirwood tree, like Moses' burning bush, looks to be eternally burning. It's burning with the fire of the gods, right? So Arya sees this burning tree. It's wearing robes like a sorcerer. So what is this? Why is the tree turning into a sorcerer? Well, this is the one where I was looking at. I was like, oh, that's Azor Ahai going into the Weirwood Net. He's the fiery sorcerer, and he's burning the tree out from the inside. Okay. But then, as we go along, and this is the quote about the R'hllor priests being robed in cloaks of fire. That's pretty basic. We don't need to read that. Let's see. This is more Bonero stuff. This is me getting my old essay stuff. I'm getting completely sidetracked and doing Tyrion and stuff. Okay, so here it is. This is the burning of the 7 on Dragonstone. The morning air was dark, so it should be daytime, but instead it's black, long night language. Dark with the smoke of the burning gods. Oh, so we just burned the old gods of the Weirwood Net. That's great. They were all afire now, maiden, mother, warrior, and smith, the crone with her pearl eyes and the father with his gilded beard, even the stranger. The old dry wood and countless layers of paint and varnish blazed with a fierce and hungry light. The burning gods cast a pretty light, wreathed in their robes of shifting flame, red and orange and yellow. So, last time it was a burning tree. These are burning wooden gods. Now, these wooden gods, these statues, are made out of the masts of the ships that the Targaryens sailed to Dragonstone, which gives you the exile theme. But more importantly, the masts of ships are made from tree trunks. And the ship is the Weirwood ship metaphor, the sea dragon. Remember, so the Targaryen ships are sea dragons because they belong to the Targaryens, and they sail the sea. But what was the sea dragon in Ironborn myth? It was a Weirwood boat. So these are sea dragon Targaryen ships turned into wooden statue gods, which are like Weirwood trees, and now they're burning. And the original sea dragon was a boat sailed by Vikings who have dragon prows on their boats and call them dragon ships. but it was actually a Weirwood boat. So it's just layers of symbolism. I did a whole episode called in the Weirwood Compendium, something, I don't even remember the titles of these friggin' essays. It was all about the Green Sea symbolism of, forget it. Just forget it, okay? There's lots of stuff on my channel if you're bored to watch. Oh, God. Okay. So these old gods are blazing with a fierce and hungry light. And the important thing is they are, again, doing the fiery sorcerer motif. We saw them at Dany's Waking of the Dragons. We saw them at that village. We see them here. Every time. And of course, this is a Lightbringer ceremony. Stannis is being declared Azor Ahai. They pull Lightbringer out of... God, so much. So much to talk about. Stannis' Lightbringer is... He pulls it... We don't see it stabbed in. But he pulls it out of the chest of the mother. They stabbed it through the mother. The statue of the mother. So... This is Azor Ahai Nissa stabbing, but also like this is a wooden Weirwood symbol that's also a woman, and that's what got stabbed. So I keep saying the point of Azor Ahai killing Nissa is to get into the tree. So here we see the stabbing of the woman and the stabbing of the tree being shown as the same act. We do not endorse violence against women or trees or elves, sexy elves. Sexy human women. You watch the video, right? So, yeah, really good stuff. Bad stuff, evil stuff, but good for symbolism. The mother, yeah, Stannis pulls, like the sword and the stone, pulls Lightbringer out of the mother. So this is a whole Lightbringer forging ritual, and we see it's the same thing as the burning of the Weirwood Net and the waking of the dragons. The gargoyles are stirring as if they're coming through the Vale of Tears, Davos says. Yeah, Daemon at Harrenhal, when he carves up the Weirwood tree, is another parallel. It's Azor Ahai stabbing the tree, carving up the tree. Same thing. And here are the burning sorcerers. So the next scene with the fiery sorcerers, and we're going to read this quote. Oh, this is the one from Dany. This is Dany's wedding. The flames rise before her like the woman who had danced at her wedding, whirling and singing and spinning their yellow and orange and crimson veils, alive with heat. This was a wedding too. The flames were so beautiful, each one a sorcerer robed in yellow and orange and scarlet, swirling long smoky cloaks. So it's the same symbol over and over. Fiery sorcerers, they're waking from the burning wood. And I'm saying these are the green men's spirits. They were in the wood was burned, and now they're loose. Okay? And if you remember when the Undying are burned in the House of the Undying, they are just like this too. They lift hands on high, blazing hands on high. They're burning like wood. So this is like the others being freed. So it's like the green, like in order to put the others back into the tree, there's going to be another burning, I think. That's what the Undying is showing us. That's how they get back in. So, okay, so this is House of the Dragon here. Oh, my screen's not updating. 1 second. Here we go. Do you have to do the crying face emoji? I don't mind being reminded because obviously I miss him. I don't like that emoji though. Let's see what you got for me. Hang on. Is it possible for a killed other to get rehoused? For example, the other that Sam killed. Or are they gone forever, body and spirit? So that is a good question. I have speculated in the Ice Spiders video that the most horrifying reality, and this really is a good question, so I guess I'll let the emoji pass. It is good. And by the way, Golem, if you're new here, I always do circle back periodically. So obviously sometimes I get lost in my flow here. It's easy for me to check the super chats now. So don't ever feel like anything that you say will ever get forgotten for too long. We'll always get back to them. But good question. If the others are a hive mind, then the ice bodies aren't as important as our bodies are. When my body dies, I die. My spirit is not tied to a hive mind. Been working on it. It's not there yet. The others, if they're a hive mind that is just being housed in ice bodies, it could be that what's going on is that, and I do think this is what's happening, the babies that they take from Craster and other wildlings, they are spirit sucked. They're not turned into others. They take their life magic and they use them to sustain their bodies. Okay. Think about, this is a sidetrack, but I had this later in the presentation, so it's okay. We can talk about this now. Think about a shadow baby. Okay, the shadows come to dance, my lord. The shadows come to stay, my lord, as Patchface says. What sustains a shadow baby? It's Stannis' life fires. Melisandre talks about pulling Stannis' life fires to make the shadow. But she's having sex with him. They're having magic sex. Shout out Red Hot Chili Peppers. And so, what she is taking his literal seed, but also using that as a means of taking his life force. Something more magical is being taken from him to make the shadow. Now, the shadow has apparently, we think, has a limited life span and is not still running around killing people. The others are very much parallel to the shadow babies. They are like shadows, but they have been given homes. They've been given bodies, and they are sticking around. So as Patchface says, the shadows have come to stay. That's the others. But again, it was Stannis' sperm, his potential children, that gave the shadow baby its body to begin with. So if we need to sustain a shadow baby's body, more children would be the answer. And that's what the others are doing. They are taking children. And so I think they are basically, it's like Christopher Reeves in South Park and the fetuses. They're soul sucking, and they're taking that energy of these potential children and using them to sustain their bodies, which means that when you pop the body of an other with a dragonglass knife, I think you're just setting them back a certain amount of mana. There might not be like 6 individual others, because the original thing that got ripped out of the Weirwood Net was a hive mind to begin with. So the others should be a hive mind. So crack open them tree elves. When you pop one, like Sam did, I don't think you killed the other named Tim or Tom or whatever. Okay, I don't know what Scroth names are. I think what we did is we cost them a body, and they probably that set them back. They need more babies now to make another body. So there's a limit. If there's a limit to how many physical others there are, it's a limit of magical power to create them. It's not individuals, I think. So that's the answer to your question. What do we think about the symbolic born-again Christian connotation to shadow babies, as Stannis seems to be experiencing the birth via dream, idea being born again? I mean, there's a lot of Christian stuff going on in the story. George was raised Catholic. There's a lot of birth and death transformation going on. A lot of it is similar to, the thing is, Odin on Yggdrasil and Christ on the cross are already similar, potentially because Snorri Sturluson is influenced by Christianity. It's hard to say. Or perhaps because shamanism is behind all religions. But that's a very broad question. To the shadow babies, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. What do we think about the born again connotations to the shadow babies? If you could ask a more specific version of that question, I could answer, but that's just too vague. I don't know what you mean. I don't really see strong Christian allusions here. This is more about a sorceress practice of sacrificing your future and your children to gain magical power. It's the opposite of what most parents do. Most parents sacrifice themselves to build a life for their children in so many ways. So the sorcerers are doing the opposite. I don't know that that's a Christian idea. Why do the others need bodies, sacrifices? Why can't they chill in the Weirwood Net? Is Azor Ahai controlling them? They can't chill in the Weirwood Net because they were burned out of it. The Weirwood Net's no longer compatible to them. It was altered, and they can't live there anymore. That's what I'm showing you in these scenes, is that when the Weirwood Net is burned, the spirits are kicked out. So unless they have bodies, they will dissipate into the ether, and all the original old gods will be lost. So we used ice, which preserves, to preserve the spirits. So they are chilling in the Weirwood Net, kind of. They have their own half of the Weirwood Net. Like I was talking about the bifurcated thing, but their half is dead. Like if you look at all the ice temple places, it's always got dead weirwood. Cut weirwood that's not connected to the Weirwood Net. So in the White Sword Tower, there's a big weirwood shield. In the Eyrie, they have dead weirwood thrones. Those are the most important symbols. 2 of them for knights, king, and queen. And they're dead. They couldn't get a weirwood to grow at the Eyrie. So it's specifically disconnected from the Weirwood Net, literally and symbolically. So yeah, there's always dead weirwood associated with the others. What they want is to get their whole home back, you know. How do you reconcile that the whites are twins to the first and bound brothers idea? Well, that's the same thing. If they're a hive mind, they're twins. They're all the same. The bodies appear the same because they're just like clones. They're just physical manifestations of one entity. So, yeah. So when Craster, so when the idea of them being Craster's sons, it's the same thing as the shadow baby being Stannis's son. It's a magical son made with a sacrifice of his real son. So Craster gives his sons to the others. Their life force is absorbed and used by the others to maintain their existence. Because Martin talks about his spells being needing to be renewed with blood every so often. So from the perspective of Craster's, I don't even know what to call them. Wives, women, daughters, the women that are imprisoned in Craster's keep that are also related to him. They think about the others as the brothers of Gilly's son and as Craster's sons, because what they see is the white shadows come and take the babies, right? And so that's their folkloric belief. They don't have to understand everything about how that works. They just know those sons become the others. I'm saying instead of White Walker daycare, they're just taking their life force, you know. Check out The Mystery of White Tree. I talked about the White Tree practices of leaving the babies in the mouth of the weirwood, burning the baby corpse. I think that's a baby that's been sacrificed to the other, that's been soul sucked, and then they burn the corpse. I think that's what happened there. Thank you for the good questions. Any thoughts on how long before a baby is too old to be converted or used by the others? No. The wildlings say don't name them until they're 2. So it could be that custom comes from that. Like until they're 2, they could still be given, but I don't know. Because Craster's giving them sheep when he can't give them babies. So I think sheep would be like a lower level sacrifice. The magical concept is innocence. It's the innocent sacrifice, an innocent lamb. That's why sheep, if not babies. Babies are innocent. So that's what makes it a valuable sacrifice. These are like kind of occult principles or whatever, if you want to call them that. So this quote here is Sunfire and Moon Dancer. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's very engrossing and it's a dragon fight. But the point is, it's the sun and the moon fighting. The moon dragon is green, and the sun dragon is gold and named Sunfire. So, not only is this sun and moon colliding, it's also Azor Ahai, the Sun King, burning the Weirwood Net, the green dragon. Okay. Green dragon associated with the moon, just as the Weirwoods are moon colored. And even the word dancer is important because we've been seeing these fiery dancers wake from the Weirwood Net when it gets burned. So what happens to Moon Dancer when Moon Dancer gets burned? Turns into a fiery sorcerer, just like the Weirwood tree. Robed in fire and smoke, blind and bleeding, like a Weirwood tree, blind and bleeding. Moon Dancer's wings beat desperately as she tried to break away, but all her efforts did was slow their fall. So they're falling, just like in Bran's vision. And that falling is a symbol of becoming otherized, as you remember. Bran's fallen dreamers impaled on the ice spires, they're the other dreamers. We're going to read that quote in just a second. So here we have a fiery sorcerer, a moon dancer, a green dragon. I cry every time a dragon is hurt. That's why I'm not reading the whole thing, Mickey. What's up, Steve the Green Seer? So yeah, this is a great one because it's tying that falling motif with the idea of the fire sorcerer getting kicked out of the Weirwood Net, getting burned out, blinded, bleeding. Very good stuff. Bad stuff, but good for symbolism. And then, Drogo himself turns into a fiery sorcerer. His clothing took fire, and for an instant the khal was clad in wisps of floating orange silk and tendrils of curling smoke, gray and greasy. So he's a smoky gray king. He is a fire sorcerer, and of course he is now ascending up to the stars, to the comet. So he is going to another realm as well. And I think this here is Azor Ahai, essentially, you know, turning into the red comet up in space as he dies. But it is another fire sorcerer. And it's, like I said, so Night's King is... This is why I was confused originally. Like, Azor Ahai is this fire sorcerer. He sets the Weirwood Net on fire. He burns these other spirits out. And then he becomes the leader of those spirits. But now they're all cold. So... This is the one with Jon and Qhorin Halfhand. This is a really important one. I'll do as you say, Jon said reluctantly. But you'll tell them, won't you? The old bear, at least. You'll tell them I never broke my oath. Qhorin Halfhand gazed at him. So, Qhorin Halfhand, his name sounds like corn, and Halfhand makes you think of like less fingers. The children have 4 fingers, not 2.5 fingers. But yes, he has a shortened finger hand, and his name is Corn. So he's some sort of green figure. Corn also, Corn means spear and alludes to the idea of a chorus. The Night's Watch say their oaths in a chorus, and the spear is like, a guardsman. So he is Jon's brother, and of course at the end of this chapter, Jon will kill him. And then he gets burned on a pyre. Okay, so this is the same as like killing Renly and then burning Renly. Remember, Renly was killed by his brother Stannis. Stannis is the Azor Ahai Night's King figure. Jon is the Azor Ahai Night's King figure here. And he kills his brother, Qhorin, who's like a green man. So that's what's going on here. I did this whole chapter reread, and I called it Azor Ahai and the Weirwood Net because it's such a good metaphor for Azor Ahai and the Weirwood Net. But the key thing is the burning wood and the sorcerers. So, Qhorin gazed at him across the fire, his eyes lost in pools of shadow. So he's sliding into the shadow realm. More wood, I want it bright and hot. Jon went to cut more branches, snapping each one in 2 before tossing it into the flames. So bifurcation of the Weirwood Net. We're breaking the wood in 2. The wood as in the forest. Breaking the wood in 2, okay? Tossing it into the flames. The tree had been dead a long time, but it seemed to live again in the fire as fiery dancers woke within each stick of wood to whirl and spin in their glowing gowns of yellow, red, and orange. So this is a very clear one. They're dead spirits waking from the wood. Like, these are the dead green men. They're in the Weirwood tree. They're dead, but they're being woken and burned out of the Weirwood Net. And then Qhorin says, enough, now we ride. And then we go to the end of the chapter, and then Qhorin gets burned. So that gives you the parallel. And then what happens? Jon meets Night's Queen Nissa Nissa. Nissa Nissa, Night's Queen figure Ygritte, goes over to the wildlings, trades his black cloak for a white sheep cloak. So it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's going over to the others. Azor Ahai has become the Night's King. He's become cold. And Jon, leading a bunch of others around then. First he's captured by them, but eventually he'll lead them. So there you go. Lots of fiery sorcerers being driven out of the wood. This is the fall of the others, as I have now learned. So this is Bran's fallen dreamers here. Now you know, the crow whispered as it sat on his shoulder. Now you know why you must live. Why, Bran said, not understanding, falling. Because winter is coming. And this is after Bran has just looked into the heart of winter and seen something horrible. And the crow's like, yeah, winter's coming. You have to live. You can't fall like these other dreamers. And so it says, Bran looked at the crow on his shoulder, and the crow looked back. It had 3 eyes, and the third was full of a terrible knowledge. Bran looked down. There was nothing below him now but snow and cold and death. Thank you, long-lived Chowder. Nothing but snow and cold and death, a frozen wasteland where jagged blue-white spires of ice waited to embrace him. They flew up at him like spears. He saw the bones of 1,000 other dreamers impaled upon their points. He was desperately afraid. So the other dreamers, Bran is a dreamer. He's a green dreamer and a green seer. And he's like, I might get impaled on the ice spires like these other dreamers, but he told me I've got to live because winter is coming. And so he sprouts wings and flies and doesn't get impaled. But who are these other dreamers? The bones of 1,000 other dreamers. And remember, the others are bone white. They're like the Weirwood bones. They're impaled on the ice spires. Now, impalement, as I was saying to Grey Waste Tim when we were talking, vampire stuff, magical impalement is a big thing in Ice and Fire. Nissa is impaled with Lightbringer, and she gives her strength and her soul and her courage and her life into the sword. So there's a magical transference. If I'm right about this being the Weirwood ritual, she's not being killed, but sent into the Weirwood Net, kind of. So she's being transformed. And so I think that is a thing. And so here we have a similar thing where these are impaled with ice spires. So what would that imply? They've been killed and transformed into ice. And then the thing that really, and the whole frozen wasteland, it's like, this is the heart of winter. This is the cold land. So this tells you that the others are fallen dreamers. That's the simple way to say it. And people have figured this out years and years ago from this scene, that the others must be fallen green seers of some kind. Think of being kicked out of a tree. You literally fall, right? And think of the burning stairway on the wall where they burned the Magnar and all them out. They fell out of the stair. So it's like being kicked out of the tree. You fall. Of course you do. Now at the moon door, this is where it completes the picture. Because the moon door is a method of execution. If you are tried and found to be guilty of crimes for which you stand accused, then by the king's own laws you must pay with your life's blood. But we keep no headsman in the Eyrie, my lord of Lannister. Open the moon door. So we've got this blood payment, blood sacrifice to the Weirwoods. The moon door is a Weirwood door. And when you fall out of the Weirwood door, you die. How do you die? You get impaled on the giant's lance. We just said these fallen dreamers are impaled on ice spires. Spires of ice. Yes, ice spiders. Exactly, Steve. Because the ice spiders are symbols for what? Frozen Weirwood trees. And so, yes, I'll get you in a second, Gulam. So they were pushed out of the moon door. You get impaled on the giant's lance. And you die. You die a cold death. So it says, the press of spectators parted. A narrow Weirwood door stood between the 2 slender marble pillars. Those are like moon pillars. A crescent moon carved in the white wood, like ice pillars, I guess. Tree pillars, all the above. And the crescent moon is there. The standing closest edged backward as a pair of guardsmen marched through. One man removed the heavy bronze bars. So anytime you see bronze, we think like first men and stuff. So this is this door was barred a long time ago, right? The second pulled the door inward. Their blue cloaks rose snapping. You see George fit in the blue rose, Lyanna's blue winter rose. So right there, the blue cloaks rose snapping, because they didn't need to rise snapping. That word is totally inserted. He could have just said their blue cloaks were snapping in the wind, but no, they rose snapping from their shoulders, caught in the sudden gust of wind that came howling through the open door like a wolf, beyond the emptiness of the night sky, speckled with the cold, uncaring stars. So there are the others, staring back at you from the other side of the moon door, from the cold death realm. If you get pushed through that moon door, you get turned into another by getting impaled on the giant ice lance. Okay. This is not rocket science, as they say. This is stuff people found a long time ago. Yes, the ice spiders are warp spiders. They jump all over the place. That's right. The ice spider video, I still think it's my best video. I mean, you know, I'm pretty proud of Old Town and this new Green Man video, but I made the little spiders fly, you know? That was the first one where I had the other teleporting. Okay. I know. Permit me my hair swoop, Queen Persephone. I just had so much fun. My best video was Moat Cailin. The Moat Cailin video was really good, and then I figured out that Harrenhal was a parallel for the original fall of Moat Cailin, and I but I think I decoded that whole Child of the Forest squisher war from the past. That was nuts. I was on some shit with that one. I should watch that video back and see if it makes any sense. I really liked the idea at the time. All right. Okay. I mean, the Crannog men. Yeah. David has forgot about Vedic Danny. No, they're all my favorite. You're right. They're all my favorite. They are. Yeah, it was the Moat Cailin and the Crannog men video together that put that. I think it was actually in the Crannog video that I talked about that squisher war. You're right. That was that one. Okay. Sorry, guys. John Burns, the Weirwood Stare. Okay, so let's read this scene. Oh, no, let's answer the super chats. I fear spiders, but that video made me feel like I just ate 3 tabs of acid. Yeah, that's what we're going for. That was a trippy one. I just remember watching the show and seeing Bran next to the Night King tree and seeing the frozen tree way down. I was like, that looks like a spider. That's what the ice spiders are. They're frozen trees. And I think the show did it on accident because frozen trees just look like that. And Martin noticed that and created the ice spider metaphor from that visual. And the show just recreated it because that's what frozen trees look like. But yeah, love that. Okay. Gulam. If the others, and great questions today, Gulam. If the others need human sacrifices to survive, then wouldn't it be smarter to farm humans? That's what they're doing. Where did D&D get the idea they want to end humanity? I don't know. Look, D&D are simplifying stuff that George told them after the 3rd season. So George is giving them broad statements and they're jotting down stuff and going, oh, okay, maybe we could make that into this. So, you know, they simplified. Dragonglass does everything. It makes the others, it unmakes the others, right? Like, it's all simplified. The first part of your question, the others are farming humans. That's what they're doing with Craster. Craster is farmed. Like, literally, he is being farmed. They protect him from the other wildlings, and they take his sons, and they leave him there to just keep making sons, and then they collect him. Like, thank you. So yes, they are farming humans, and there's people on the frozen shore that worship cold gods of snow and ice, quote unquote, which means there's probably more Crasters. So yes, they are doing that. And it's possible that the blood being given to the Weirwoods by all the First Men is playing a part in this too. So check out the Weirwood System lore iceberg that I did with Michael Talks. And I think that the blood given to the Weirwoods is feeding, it is strengthening the bonds. It's like the seals to the Dark One's prison, like in Wheel of Time. That's what that is doing. They're giving blood to the Weirwoods. Bran can taste it. So we know that's in the Green Seer half of the Weird Net, that blood sacrifice. So I think that's like the seal that keeps the other ones, that keeps the others sealed over there. But that seal is to preserve them too. So it's kind of the same thing as far as like this blood sacrifice is needed to keep the situation stable until Bran, the chosen one, can come along and cleanse the Weirwood Net and fix everything with the aid of Jon and Dany. So I hope that answers your question. So this is a Storm of Swords. And the others are implied as male. Sons and brothers. And it's so they're kind of, again, this is why the beehive metaphor works well. Night's queen is the queen bee. And everyone else is like her clones. You see what I mean? So, fetch the torches, Jon told Satin. There were 4 of them stacked beside the fire, their heads wrapped in oily rags. Let me make this bigger on my screen so I can look straight ahead to the camera. There we go. So, 4 of them stacked beside the fire, their heads wrapped in oily rags. There were a dozen fire arrows too. So, remember, the torches are comet symbols because Mormont's torch is the comet. These are wrapped in oily rags. Of course, the meteors are oily black stones. I don't understand that question. So on the long night, they farm on a larger scale. I don't know what you mean. During the long night is when they were created. So the farming of the humans is to sustain them since then. But maybe a harvest is a better word. I guess that's part of farming. But yeah, potentially they were taking babies from the beginning. Yeah, the long nights are a kind of harvest. Yeah, I would say you could say that. You could say that. There's still more, I mean like the next long night when the wall breaks. So you're really asking what the others are trying to do by invading Westeros. I think they're trying to get back to the Isle of Phasis, probably. I was joking with Maynard James Plum about this, and it's like, well, if we gave the others bodies so they'd have a home and wouldn't evaporate, why are they so pissed? Why are they trying to invade? And Maynard James Plum is like, well, it has been 8,000 years. So maybe they're getting impatient. Or maybe maybe that they have their own solution in mind. Like maybe they think if they can freeze over, well, since we're icy now, maybe if we can freeze over the entire Weirwood Net, then it will belong to us again. But the answer is to put them back into the trees so they are at peace, and us living people on the outside can be at peace. So I'm not sure. You could even go so far as to say like the others' invasion is all part of the plan, and Bloodraven's helping orchestrate it to make the humans do something so that the right circumstance can happen for the solution. That's a little bit beyond what I wanted to talk about today, and I don't have a good answer for that. This is something that you guys can speculate about and that we're all speculating about. But I guess what I'm trying to show you today is that the creation of the others is not purely an act of like vengeance or killing. It started with this need to give the green spirits
a home. And this eventually became some sort of vengeance, or like I said, they have their own plan to freeze everything over. So there's more parts of the story we need to fill in. But the thing I'm trying to show today is essentially, what's happening to the others first after they get evicted. So they are about to light the stairway on fire. The stairway is the Weirwood Net, and so these are moon meteor symbols. There's a dozen fire arrows, like the last hero's dozen. More importantly, or like the Zodiac 12, it's the oily rags, okay? So the moon meteors are oily black stones. So these are flaming torches, but they're oily. So that's a good oily black stone meteor symbol. Up above, a war horn sounded, long and low. And I'm going to read for a minute, and I'll catch up with the super chats, because otherwise it's just going to be too disconnected for everyone watching back. Up above, a war horn sounded long and low, not from the top of the wall, but from the 9th landing, some 200 feet up, where Donald Noy was standing. So, the number 9 is important because Yggdrasil and the 9 realms. So the 9th landing is the top of Yggdrasil. That's the top of the world tree. There's also the 7 wanderers principle. The 7 wanderers are the 5 planets visible from Earth and the sun and the moon. So in the ancient Westeros past, when there was 2 moons, there would have been 8 wanderers. And George alludes to this in the Ironborn history, okay? At some point, there is an Ironborn priest, I think it's a king, in fact. I forget which. But he's trying to reconcile the faith and the drowned god. And he says, the drowned god should be an 8th god. And we should expand the Supreme Court, and have 8 gods. And the drowned god is the 8th god. And then when that was resisted, he eventually said, oh, well, he's part of the stranger then. Okay. Now, so the 8th god being the drowned god is interesting because, of course, that 8th wanderer would be the moon that was plucked from the sky. And part of those moon meteors fall into the sea and become the sea dragon meteor. There's a big moon falling into the sea, moon drowning. There's a whole line of symbolism about that. We talked about it last week. And so the drowned god being the 8th god, that makes sense. That's the 8th wanderer. That's the 2nd moon that was drowned out of the sky. It was pulled from the sky, okay? The 9th wanderer is the comet. The comet is named as a wanderer and a wandering star. Okay, so the 9th wanderer hits the 8th. And the 7th, which is the moon, also gets set on fire because the moon that we have in the sky, the ice moon, like I was saying last week, it gets hit with the moon meteor shrapnel and it gets haunted. We see that symbol over and over. So one moon plucked from the sky, the other moon damaged, and the 9th wanderer is the one that set everything on fire. And so here on this stairway that represents the world tree, it's the 9th to the 7th landing that burn. So check this out. The war horn comes from the 9th landing. And then it says, it's burning because the Donald Noy the Smith had piled up a bunch of casks beneath the steps. So like under the tree is the fiery thing. That's where the dragon lives, like Bloodraven. Barrels of lard and lamp oil, the bags of leaves and oily rags, split logs, bark, and wood shavings. So lots of tree symbolism and lots of oil symbolism. So again, the oily black stone, the oil is invading the tree here. Think of the shade of the evening. It's oily. It's like a black oily substance. So this represents the poison seeping into the Weirwood Net, this oil. And where does the poison come from? It comes from the black meteors, the oily black stones. Oberyn's sun spear, which is a moon meteor symbol, the tip of the spear is black metal. It's got black poison on it that looks like oil. So you see how this is all consistent. And that's what he poisons the mountain with. The moon character, who's also the tree character. Remember, he's a Kingsguard. He's another. He gets poisoned. So it's layers and layers, the same symbol. The oily black stone is always poisoning and setting the tree on fire. Blackwoods and brackens. How did the blackwood, get poisoned? The brackens, they poisoned it. So it's the same thing. How did it get half dead, I should say? It was poison. So here we've got talking myself out here a little bit. Sorry. In fact, yeah, let me give you a music break and clear my throat and come right back. It has been an hour since my last break. Thanks for hanging with me. I do have different music. Here we go. I'm glad I left the green man up there. That way, if people like randomly tune into the stream and be like, wow, is there entertainment happening? Yes, there is. One man show. Apologies. Okay, so all of this bark and split logs. So again, there's always the splitting symbol. Sometimes it goes by real quick, but it's always the splitting and the bifurcation. So the split logs, the wood shavings, bags of leaves, barrels of oil, oily rags, just like the torches. Because remember, he just showed us the oily torches as moon meteor symbols that are about to light this tree on fire. So now he's showing us the oil is in the tree. And it says, up above, another fire was blooming. So now there's a fire in the sky, guys. As above, so below. The old wooden steps had drunk up oil like a sponge. So yeah, the oil is being drunken up into the tree. And Donald Noy had drenched them from the 9th landing all the way down to the 7th. So again, 9th Wanderer, 8th Wanderer, 7th Wanderer being set on fire. Jon could only hope that most of their own people had staggered up to safety before Noy threw the torches. Yeah, hopefully some of our stags are safe. And there are some on the Isle of Faces. Not all of the green men in the Weirwoods were burned. Some of them did stagger to safety. That's why the Sacred Order of Green Men is formed, according to my timeline heresy, right during the long night. The Hammer of the Waters is a moon meteor. Then we have a pact where the children and first men work together and the green men are formed. Like, that's when we need the green men on the Isle of Faces. They are being saved. They are being preserved. They are staggering to safety. So wind and fire did the rest. All Jon had to do was watch. With flames below and flames above, the wildlings had nowhere to go. That's a great depiction of the long night. Fire in the sky, fire on the earth. Some continued upward and died. Some went downward and died. Some stayed where they were. They died as well. Many leapt from the steps before they burned and died from the fall. So here we have Bran's fallen dreamers. They are dying from the fall because it's 9 stories up, but they're still landing in the snow. This is in the middle of winter at Castle Black. So they're not quite impaled on ice spires, but they are leaping from the burning tree. And yes, shout out to the Tower Tarot card. All of this is based on the Tower Tarot card, which is either a burning tower or a burning tree with people leaping out of it. So you think of Bran leaping from the, falling from the tower. Euron talking about how do we know if we can fly unless we leap. It's all the same metaphor. So here they've jumped from the tower and they're falling to a cold, icy death. And then it says 20 odd Thens were still huddled together between the fires when the ice cracked from the heat and the whole lower third of the stair broke off. So at this point, Martin is, he's referring to so many things. When the ice cracked from the heat. So one day the second moon wandered too close to the sun and cracked from the heat. And the dragons were born, meaning the long night meteors. So here we have the ice, and the moon is the wall is a moon symbol, cracking from the heat. And the lower third of the stair broke off. So again, bifurcation, breaking of the Weirwood Net. But the ice cracking from the heat also reminds us of the voices of the others, which are like the cracking of the ice on a winter lake. So this is the birth of the others. We just saw them jump off the tree into the snow, and then Martin gives us the speech of the others, the cracking of the ice on the lake, at the same time that the moon disaster is cracking. It's all happening at the same time. Because remember, our fiery dancers are always being burned out of the tree when the Azor High shit is going down. So 20 odd Thens were still huddled together when the ice cracked from the heat and the whole lower third of the stair broke off, along with several tons of ice. That was the last Jon Snow saw of Styr, the Magnar of Then, who carries a Weirwood spear. So this is an Odin symbol, the Weirwood spear. Odin has a spear, Gungnir, made of Yggdrasil. So it's a world tree symbol, the spear. And so the Magnar is like an Odin figure who has now become an other. So it's like Waymar with his one eye transformation, becoming an other, becoming Odinized in the prologue. And then, since this is all going down again at the same time, we need a symbol of Nissa Nissa dying and turning into Night's Queen, and that's what we get. He found Ygritte sprawled across a patch of old snow beneath the Lord Commander's tower, so beneath the tower, implying that she's like fallen from she hasn't, but it's, with an arrow between her breasts. As I explained last week with Michael, this is a symbol of the two moons and the world tree. It's a metaphor. So the world tree is the cosmic axis. It goes up from the Earth to the pole star, and the stars turn around. That's the canopy of the tree. If you have two moons, they're going to orbit the Earth, so they're going to appear to be orbiting that world tree. And so we see there's hills that the Blackwoods and Brackens fight over that are called the Teats, and they're either best Melissa's Teats or they're either named after a Blackwood or a Bracken woman, and they're the Teats. Between these two hills called the Teats is the Penny Tree, the village of Penny Tree. And so it's this symbol of the cosmic tree, and the two Teats, the hills, the Teats, those are the moons. Bessie's Teats. Okay, I thought it was. So the tree between the Teats, here it is an arrow between Ygritte's. Sorry, it's kind of a weird word to say over and over again, or even once. And then there's Sansa. When Sansa goes to the Eyrie and becomes Night's Queen, she dyes her hair chestnut color. So a chestnut, if you think of a nut in your chest, it's going to grow a tree from in between your teats. So it's just it's a moon world tree metaphor. And so that's what we see with Ygritte in her death scene. But look at this. The ice crystals had settled over her face, and in the moonlight it looked as though she wore a glittering silver mask. So the silver mask, that's a moon mask, and it's an icy moon mask. So Ygritte, who was kissed by fire, i.e. Nissa Nissa, the Weirwood maiden, getting burned up with the Weirwood tree. And of course, Ygritte's name fractures into Ig-Right, as in a magical right, with the magical tree Yggdrasil, which is what the killing of Nissa Nissa is. It's a magic rite with the world tree, Weirwood. And so we have, yes, Nissa, the Ygritte woman, she is dead. And she is now turning into the Night's Queen with a silver icy mask. So, very cool. And the arrow was black, Jon saw, but it was fletched with white duck feathers. Not mine, he told himself. Not one of mine. So what did Nissa get stabbed with? I think the white duck feathers are probably alluding to Dawn, the white sword. But the arrow was black, so I don't know. It's got black and white symbol there, but I guess that makes sense because the Weirwood tree is associated with black and white. That's probably what it is. The arrow is supposed to be a symbol of the tree, and so it's black and white because House of Black and White, black gate that's a white face, white moon door that opens up to black space. Yes, that's important. So there we go. And so then, she smiled. Do you remember that cave? We should have stayed in that cave. I told you so. We'll go back to the cave, he said. You're not going to die, Ygritte. You're not. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Don't cry. Think about symbolism. So, Nissa says, oh, we should have stayed in the cave. You know, we should have stayed in the Weirwood Net. We shouldn't have done all this. So it's interesting because we always wonder about, like, is Nissa collaborating with Azor Ahai or is she a victim? It's hard to say. Jon and Ygritte are lovers and they're together, but then he sort of betrays her, kind of, you know, and then she's attacking his castle. So hard to say, but she has transformed into Night's Queen. And this old world go back. You're not going to die, Ygritte. Oh, that's what I wanted to highlight, right? Because Nissa doesn't die. She goes into the Weirwood Net and becomes Night's Queen. So she does kind of live. And that's what's happening right here. Is, you know, she's turning into Night's Queen. And then she's like, oh, you're not going to die. I'm like, yeah, you're turning into an ice statue. Okay, so Cersei burning the Tower of the Hand. This is a great one. And it's going to be very similar to the one we just read. And also similar to Dany's. Well, it's going to be similar to all the scenes that I mentioned. Hallie, actually, let's go back for the super chat. I saw one come in. The white walkways eerily remind me of the Wraith in Stargate Atlantis. They sleep for, oh yeah. I don't know, White Walkers probably. I don't know Stargate Atlantis, but maybe some in the chat do. Thank you, Ion. ElleAnne the pyromancer said, and waved the torch he was holding, and the archers on the walls bent their bows and sent 12 flaming arrows through the gaping windows. So remember, Jon had 12 fire arrows when he set the stairway on fire. Same symbol here, 12 arrows. The tower went up with a whoosh. In half a heartbeat, its interior was alive with light. The wall is alive with light when Mance Rayder's cage is burned, which is a very similar scene. It's a Weirwood cage with a Night's King Azor Ahai being burned inside of it. I could have quoted that scene too. Renly's green tent, when it is burned, it is alive with light right before it is burned. Dawn is alive with light. So this is a symbol of the uncorrupted Weirwood Net. It's alive with light before, you know, or even in the moment that it is burned, but then it's dying. So 12 flaming arrows through the gaping windows. And the windows of the tower are like eyes if the tower is being humanized. And we will see that in some scenes. The tower went up with a whoosh. Okay, I said that. Alive with yellow, orange, and green. An ominous dark green, the color of bile and jade and pyromancer's piss. The substance. The alchemists named it, but common folk called it wildfire. 50 pots have been placed inside the Tower of the Hand, along with the logs and casks of pitch. So similar to the, you know, casks of pitch. The pitch is like black oil. It's like naphtha. Okay. And the greater part of the worldly possessions of a dwarf named Tyrion Lannister. So I guess here the key is dwarf. The children of the forest are like dwarves. So all their possessions are in the Weirwood Net, and it's being burned. The queen, oh yeah, here with 1,000 Voices is mentioning the drapes, or like, the veil between life and death. They go up in a whoosh in the Jon scene where Mormont's chamber is almost burned. And that's, Jon slashes the moon. Yeah, that would be a similar scene. It's got the torch in there. Yeah, Mormont's torch. And the moon faced white. Yep, these are all parallel scenes. They have a lot of the same language. And check this one out. The queen could feel the heat of those green flames. The pyromancer said only 3 things burned hotter. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Some of the ladies gasped when the first flames appeared in the windows, licking up the outer walls like long green tongues. Others cheered and made toasts. So the long green tongues, so the windows are like mouths here, eyes and mouths. And yeah, the others are cheering because they're about to be, they're being burned out of the Weirwood Net, but they're also being given to Night's Queen. So it is beautiful, she thought, as beautiful as Joffrey when they laid him in my arms. No man had ever made her feel as good, blah, blah, blah. Tommen stared wide. So this is Night's Queen giving birth. That's the point of that line. She's giving birth at the same time that the tree is burning. Tommen stared wide-eyed at the fires, as fascinated as he was frightened, until Marjorie whispered something in his ear that made him laugh. Some of the knights began to make wagers on how long it would be before the tower collapsed. ElleAnne stood humming to himself and rocking on his heels. Hodor always hums to himself. I don't know what that means, but I just thought I'd point that out. Cersei thought that all of the king's hands that she had known, or Cersei thought of all the king's hands that she had known through the years. So I should say, the Tower of the Hand is a good Weirwood tree symbol for the original Weirwood Net, because the Weirwood trees have leaves like hands. They're red hands now, and they used to be green hands, we think. So it's a tree tower with hands, but it contains multiple people. So it's just like the Weirwood Net. Listen to this. She thought of all the king's hands she had known through the years. Owen Merriweather, John Connington, Carlton Chelstead, Jon Arryn, Eddard Stark, Tyrion, her father, Lord Tywin. All of them are burning now, she told herself, savoring the thought. They are dead and burning, every one, with all their plots and schemes and betrayals. It is my day now. It is my castle and my kingdom. So, the Weirwood is being burned, and all the dead people that are inside are being burned together. Like, do you see how this is? And Night's Queen is enjoying it here. So this is like the messed up version of Night's Queen, I guess. And this happens. They have different motivations because they're all parallels and the story requires certain motivations. But the point is, it is my castle. So she hasn't made a new castle for the others here, but she is sitting there saying, this is my castle and my kingdom. So the Tower of the Hand gave out a sudden groan, so that all the conversation stopped abruptly. Stone cracked and split. So same language, cracking and splitting. Part of the upper battlements fell away and landed with a crash that shook the hill, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. So that sounds a lot like the wall, with part of the wall cracking and giving way, part of the stairway falling. The cloud of dust and smoke, so that's the pillar of smoke rising to the heavens from the, long night impact. As fresh air rushed in through the broken masonry, the fire surged upward. Green flames leapt into the sky and whirled around each other. Tommen shied away till Marjorie took his hand and said, "Look, the flames are dancing, just as we did, my love." They are. His voice filled with wonder. Mother, look, they're dancing. So here we have, remember, at Dany's funeral, the fiery dancers were like the dancers at her wedding. Well, Tom and Marjorie are betrothed. I think they just got betrothed, not married. I forget. But they had just danced at some sort of formal occasion. And so it's very similar. The fiery dancers, it's like a wedding. And they're coming out of the tree. They're being burned out of the tree again. And then it's how long will the fires burn? All night. It makes a pretty candle, said ElleAnne Tyrell. So ElleAnne Tyrell, she's another symbol of the old Weirwood Net, obviously. Leaning on her cane between left and right. So that's the same thing as between the teats. Left and right, they're giants. So those are the moon giants, and she's the little tree dwarf woman in between. Yeah, after the wedding, thank you. And yeah, comparing the burning tree to a candle. And of course, a glass candle is a fire that burns and is not consumed and gives you magical sight. So it has always seemed like a parallel to the Weirwood. And then she says, bright enough to see us safe to sleep, I think. So the old ones are going to sleep here. Old bones grow weary. And old bones is just old ones with a B in front. So yeah, the old ones are tired. They're going to sleep. The young ones have had enough excitement. It's time to put the king and queen to bed. And then Cersei's talking about herself. She feels too alive for sleep. The wildfire was cleansing her, burning away all her rage and fear, filling her with resolve. The flames are so pretty. I want to watch. That's the same language as Dany's alchemical wedding. The flames are the loveliest thing she'd ever seen. The fire was cleansing her, burning away all her fear. The same language. So think of the alchemical wedding where Dany's burning the pyre and the fiery dancers are appearing. Same stuff over and over. And here's Jaime giving commentary back on this scene in a later chapter. He says, Jaime knew the look in his sister's eyes. He had seen it before, most recently on the night of Tommen's wedding, when she burned the Tower of the Hand. The green light of the wildfire had bathed the face of the Watchers. The Watchers. Remember, they were called others in the scene. So now they're Watchers. Yes, Io and Europa, Tim, exactly. The Watchers. So they looked nothing more as such like rotting corpses. So the Watchers are green. They're green Watchers, but they're rotting corpses. Gleeful ghouls. So you see what this is like. This is the death of the green men. They're rotting and they're turning into others. It's under the command of Night's Queen. It said some corpses were prettier than others. Even in the baleful glow, Cersei had been beautiful to look on. So Cersei is a green corpse too, but she's beautiful. So yeah, it's very Night's Queen, Corpse Queen language. Her green eyes shining. She's crying, Jaime had realized, but whether it was from grief or ecstasy, he could not have said. So there's the agony and ecstasy of Nissa Nissa's death. All here. This is why my essays used to take 3 hours. This live stream is going to take 3 hours. There's just a lot here. Layers upon layers upon layers. We've got 557 people enjoying all this crazy symbolism. So thank you. Click like on the stream. Make sure you are subscribed. I will try to not say all the sentences at once. So the Knights of Summer turned to others. This is Catelyn. This is the burning of Renly's tent. We're going to speed run this because we've talked about it before, but I want to highlight a few of the lines. So the Knights of Summer are Renly's knights. Before Renly's death, they're all happy and colorful, and they're celebratory, and they're drunk, and they're horny. So think of Robert, think of the Reach, fertility, Knights of Summer. They think themselves immortal, drunk on song and story. War will make them old, Catelyn said, as it did us. I pity them. Why? Lord Rowan asked her. Remember, Rowan is called Mountain Ash. So this is Lord Ash Tree. Look at them. They're young and strong, full of life and laughter and lust. Aye, more lust than they know what to do with. There will be many a bastard bred this night. I promise you. Why pity? Because it will not last, Catelyn answered. Because they are the Knights of Summer and winter is coming. So, yeah, and it is coming. Lady Catelyn, you're wrong, Brienne regarded her with eyes as blue as her armor. Winter will never come for the likes of us. Should we die in battle, they will surely sing of us, and it's always summer in the songs, In the songs, all knights are gallant, all maids are beautiful, and the sun is always shining. Winter comes for all of us, Catelyn thought. For me, it came when Ned died. It will come for you too, child, and sooner than you'd like. And it literally comes this night for her. She did not have the heart to say it. Thanks, Cat. Not a total bring down, just mostly a bring down, but yeah, she stopped somewhere. So the sun is always shining somewhere, not during the long night. During the long night, the sun is shining, yes, but none of it is reaching Earth because the Earth is covered in smoke and ash and debris. And so that's what they're talking about. Winter's coming. The sun will not always shine. So they reached the top of the stairwell. Renly pushed open a wooden door. And this is Renly talking to Cat right before his death. They stepped out onto the roof. Lord Caswell's keep was scarcely tall enough to call a tower, but the country was low and flat, and Catelyn could see for leagues in all directions. Lord Caswell has a centaur sigil. A centaur is a horse person. Yggdrasil is Odin's horse. So this is a horse person tower. It's just Yggdrasil symbolism. And then, of course, Caswell, Yggdrasil has 3 wells or springs attached to it. And that's why there's a well at the Night Fort. So even the Caswell. Somebody figure out what Cas means and we'll have the whole thing. She can see for leagues in all directions. So it's a tower that gives her sight. It's a weirwood tree. Wherever she looked, she saw fires. They covered the earth like fallen stars. And like the stars, there was no end to them. So, we're talking about the others as fallen dreamers, right? Well, remember, when they're called the Watchers, that implies them as fallen angels. And so here, Renly's army is an army of fallen stars. They are the others. These are the Nephilim, the Egregori, the Watchers, if you will. There was no end to them. Count them if you like, Renly said quietly. You will still be counting when dawn breaks in the east. So how many others are there? Hard to say. It's a hive mind. See, Catelyn could hear faint music drifting from the great hall, seeping out into the night. She did not care count the stars. Renly looked to the others, his other commanders. What say you all? I say Stannis is a danger to you, Lord Randall Tarley declared. Leave him unblooded and he will only grow stronger, blah, blah, blah. By the time you are done with them, Lord Stannis may be as strong as you or stronger. Others chorused their agreement. The king looked pleased. We shall fight then. So the others are consulting with Renly. Cas is Latin for fell. So Caswell, fallen well. You fall in a well. Bran went down the well to go through the Black Gate. That's great. Lord Caswell, the centaur. Oh, this stuff is always funny. Funny to me, anyway. Fell well. Also, shout out to Lord Fell, who fell into the icy pond in Stannis' army. Renly looking to the others. Yep, the green men that are about to become the Knights of Summer. They're about to become Shadow Knights. So, they rode in silence through a sparse woodland where the trees leaned drunkenly away from the sea. So these trees that are drunk with the poison, they're sick, they're intoxicated, they're leaning away from the sea. That's the Green Sea. So these are the trees that are moving away from the Green Sea. This is exile language. The nervous whinny of horses and the clank of steel guided them back to Renly's camp. The long ranks of men and horses were armored in darkness, as black as if the smith had hammered night into itself into steel. There were banners to her right, banners to her left, and rank on rank of banners before her, but in the pre-dawn gloom, neither colors nor sigils could be discerned. A gray army, Catelyn thought. Gray men on gray horses beneath gray banners. As they sat their horses waiting, Renly's shadow knights pointed their lances upward. So she rode through a forest of tall, naked trees, bereft of leaves and life. So dead trees, shadow knights, these are green men turning into others. We see this transformation. First they're black, so they're in the darkness. Then they're gray, and then we'll see what happens when the sun rises. Where Storm's End stood, okay, keep going on. There's Stannis. He's the Lord of Darkness over there. So the candles within Renly's pavilion made the shimmering silken walls seem to glow, transforming the great temple into a magical castle alive with emerald light. So again, a magical green castle. This is the green Weirwood Net, the green Weirwoods, undefiled, alive with light. 2 of the rainbow guards stood sentry at the door to the royal pavilion. The green light shone strangely against the purple plums of Sir Parman's surcoat, and gave a sickly hue to the sunflowers that covered every inch of Sir Emond's enameled yellow plate. So the sun is sick, you guys. But it's their sunflowers. So the flowers are also sick. Nature is sick too. The sun is sick. Nature is sick. The long night's about to fall. So within Catelyn, the rainbow cloaks also, remember, rainbow is an ice symbol. The crystals cast rainbows. So even though they're colorful, when you combine them, the rainbow guard is just another symbol of the others, just like the Kingsguard are. And the rainbow guard are made in imitation of the Kingsguard. So yeah, they're more colorful, but there are still other symbols. They're still ice knights. And so the sun is sick. The others are here. Long silken plumes flew from their helms. Let's see. Like plumes of snow, I guess, or mist. Within, Catelyn found Brienne armoring the king for battle, while the lords Tarly and Rowan spoke of dispositions and tactics. These are all people from the Reach with green man symbolism. It was pleasantly warm inside, the heat shimmering off the coals in a dozen small iron braziers. So there's a dozen fires symbol again. The king's armor was a deep green, the green of leaves in a summer wood, so dark it drank the candlelight. So he is like a walking forest. Gold highlights gleamed from inlay and fastenings like distant fires in that wood, winking every time he moved. So he's like a wood. There is fire in the wood. We know what that means. You see how George, hang on, let me make a point here. By layering the symbolism, he's giving unity to the chapter. Even if you don't crack the code of what this crap all means, it's the same symbol over and over. The green armor with the fire in the wood. The green castle, like an emerald castle alive with light that catches on fire. You see what I mean? It's like the same symbolic motif, small and big, paralleled. I think this is done mostly so we can notice it, because it's just how he talks. He's telling the story this way through symbolism. But it also gives this nice, colorful sort of thematic unity, which makes it easy to read. So, pray continue, Lord Mathis. So he's like praying to the Weirwood tree. Pray continue, Lord Rowan, Lord Ash Tree. Renly laughed. Think of the Night of the Laughing Tree and the laughing Weirwood faces. Tell me, my lady, do direwolves vote on who should lead the pack? So now he's comparing himself to the leader of a wolf pack, which is another other symbol like we talked about. Brienne brought the king's gauntlets and great helm, crowned with golden antlers that would add 1.5 feet to his height. So remember I said the Weirwoods are like pale giants frozen in time. The others are like giants. Robert's like a giant. The green men must be tall. They must be like giants. So, I beg you in the name of the mother, Catelyn began. So Catelyn's praying to the green man, when a sudden gust of wind flung open the door of the tent. She thought she glimpsed movement, but when she turned her head, it was only the king's shadow shifting against the silken walls. She heard Renly begin a jest, his shadow moving, lifting its sword, black on green, candles guttering, shivering. Something was queer, wrong, and then she saw Renly's sword, still in its scabbard, sheathed still, but the shadow sword. So here we see the candles are shivering. The fire is being turned cold. Again, the others have eyes like cold blue star eyes. The others are the fire of Azor High that entered the Weirwood Net, sort of transformed. Like they have that fiery power of Azor High, but it's cold. And that's what we see here. The shivering candles. The green man's shadow is separating here, so it's splitting language, which we'll see more of in a second. The shadow sword. Cold, said Renly in a small, puzzled voice, a heartbeat before the steel of his gorget parted like cheesecloth. So parted, it's right down the middle of his throat. There's another partition beneath the shadow of a blade that was not there. So it is specifically Lightbringer, the defilement, that is splitting the green man in half. He had time to make a small, thick gasp before the blood came gushing out of his throat. So it's got the Weirwood tree face carving happening. No, cried Brienne the Blue when she saw that evil flow. So this is evil being done. Again, defilement of the Weirwood Net, sounding as scared as any little girl. So Brienne is being compared to a child several times in the scene because she is the one, she's the Nissa Nissa Night's Queen. She didn't kill Renly, but she gets blamed for it. So when we talk about giving the others a body, like Brienne the Blue is the one who's credited for this act, even though it wasn't. It was Azor High, not Nissa Nissa. Like Nissa Nissa's blamed for cracking the moon, but it's Azor High's fault. He's the one who stabbed her. So yeah, Brienne is wrongly blamed here. The king stumbled into her arms, a sheet of blood creeping down the front of his armor. There's that sheet, Tim. A dark red tide that drowned his green and gold. So it couldn't be any more clear. The green and gold color of the Weirwoods is drowned out by the blood. And that's what they look like now. So we see the green man drowning in blood. And it's a whole thing in miniature. More candles guttered out. Fires are dying. Renly tried to speak, but he was choking on his own blood. His legs collapsed, and only Brienne's strength held him up. She threw back her head and screamed. There's Nissa Nissa's scream for you. Wordless in her anguish. The shadow. Something dark and evil had happened here, she knew. Something she could not begin to understand. Renly never cast that shadow. Death came in that door and blew the life out of him as swift as the wind snuffed out his candles. So, yeah, snuffing out his life fires, snuffing out the green, alive with lightness of the Weirwood Net. Only a few instants passed before Robar Royce and Aemon Kai came bursting in, though it felt like half the night. A pair of men-at-arms crowded in behind with torches when they saw Renly and Brienne's arms and her drenched with the king's blood. So remember, Night's Queen takes the seed and soul of Night's King, right, to make the others. Visenya drew Aegon's blood to make the Kingsguard. So here, the Green Man blood is being taken by Night's Queen. She's taking his blood. It's very, very strong parallel. Wicked woman, screamed Sir Aemon, he of the sun-flowered steel. Away from him, you vile creature. Creature. So she's not even human. She's like an elf creature. Gods be good, Brienne. Why? Asked Sir Robar. Brienne looked up from the king's body. The rainbow cloak that hung from his shoulders had turned red, where the king's blood had soaked into the cloth. And I'm skipping bits here, obviously. Brienne moved faster than Catelyn would have believed. Her own sword was not to hand, so she snatched Renly's sword from its scabbard. So this is a sword theft, which I highlighted because we always have talked about that. Stealing Dawn, stealing swords. Rhaena stole Blackfyre from Maegor on the way out. So Brienne takes a sword from the dead green man and raised it. Let's see, they're fighting. A spark flashed blue-white. Wicked woman. Oh, shout out to the Wicked Witch. Yeah, you're right, hero. We just had the green pavilion that was like an emerald castle alive with light. And now we've got a wicked woman. Yeah, wicked witch. Good call, hero. That's definitely true. We should do a Wizard of Oz analysis on the story one time. Remind me if you can. So a spark flashed blue-white as steel met steel with a rending crash. So that's going to be a shout out to the lightning bolt of the Grey King striking down from the heavens. Let's see here. Brienne sprang to her feet with the body of the king Dead king thrust rudely aside. Sir Aemon stumbled over it as he tried to close, and Brienne's blade sheared through the wooden haft. So again, the wooden thing getting sheared in half. Sent his axe head spinning. Another man thrust, and that's like the head of the trees spinning around. Another man thrust a flaming torch at her back, but the rainbow cloak was too sodden with blood to burn. So now this is starting to sound like Sam's fight with the white, with Brienne with the other, with Brienne as the other. Well, it's like both, actually. So Sam tried to stab Small Paul with the dragon glass in the back, but it didn't work. And so here we see Brienne stabbed in the back. It doesn't work. She spun around, cut, and the torch and hand went flying. The White Walker sliced the torch in half that Gren was carrying, if you remember. Or it might have been Small Paul, one or the other. But White Walker did the same thing, sliced the torch head off. Flames, here the hand is cut off too. So they get the bloody hand symbol of the Weirwood. Flames crept across the carpet. The maimed man began to scream. Sir Aemon dropped the axe and fumbled for his sword. The second man-at-arms lunged. Brienne parried. Their swords danced. Dance with me then. And clanged against each other. When Aemon Kai came wading back in, Brienne was forced to retreat, yet somehow she held them both at bay. On the ground, Renly's head rolled sickeningly to one side, and a second mouth yawned wide, the blood coming from him now in slow pulses. So this is the neck wound being turned into a mouth. And that's the same as the red smile symbolism of the Weirwood. The Weirwood has a bloody carved red smile, but when you cut somebody's throat, it's called giving them a red smile. So here, the cut throat is a second mouth. This is all Weirwood Net face carving stuff. So, before I knew about the secret of the Weirwoods being uncarved talking faces originally, I had been saying for years that the face carving was only after the Long Night, and that Azor Ahai was the first one to carve the face. This was a defilement, and that this wasn't always done. Now we know the original Weirwoods didn't need to be carved because they had faces already. But Azor Ahai is like stabbing that face, okay? So that's what's going on here. The Green Man is dying, and the face carving is happening. The bloody Weirwood mouth is happening. Even the second mouth opening wide, it's like a second gate. 2 Weirwoods, 2 gates, different realms, stuff like that. Then there's a little bit more as they leave the tent. Brienne with me, Catelyn commanded. Oh, sorry, one more. When Aemon... No, even worse. Sorry, hang on a second, guys. Okay, all right, sorry. No, it's fine. I just, voice goes in and out a little bit. It's, yeah. Sorry. I'm reading a lot today, so. And it is no secret I am a smoker, I will just say. So, one more bit from the scene. Brienne with me, Catelyn commanded. Sometimes I just, like, literally need a second to catch my breath and just clear the throat out. So, Brienne with me, Catelyn commanded. The girl was not slow to see the chance. A slash, and the green silk parted. They stepped out into the darkness and the chill of dawn. Loud voices came from the other side of the pavilion. So, you can see what's going on here. The green silk was slashed in half. It was parted. So there we have the bifurcation. And they go through, where do they go to? To a cold, they just stepped out of the burning tent, and they are now in the darkness and the chill of dawn. So this is all Team Ice. There might be some Dawn Last Hero stuff, because you think of, like, you know, Ned salvaging Baby Jon from the Tower of Joy. So that could be something going on here. But behind them, the king's pavilion was well ablaze, flames rising high against the dark. No one made, so this is the same as that tree standing against the dark, outlined in flames. This is the Green Castle Pavilion. Well ablaze, flames rising high against the dark. No one made, see how good my voice is now? I just needed a minute. No one made any move to stop them. Men rushed past them, shouting of fire and murder and sorcery. Others stood in small groups and spoke in low voices. A few were praying, and one young squire was on his knees, sobbing openly. Anytime you see a squire, think squirrel. Squirrel people are the children of the forest, and the squires are children, usually, or teenagers anyway. So, Renly's battles were already coming apart as the rumors spread from mouth to mouth. The night fires had burned low, and as the east began to lighten, the immense mass of Storm's End emerged like a dream of stone, while wisps of pale mist raced across the field, flying from the sun on wings of wind. Morning ghosts, she heard old Nan call them once, spirits returning to their graves. And Renly was one of them now, gone like his brother Robert, and like her own dear Ned. This is loaded. I mean, okay, so, wisps of pale mist. That sounds like the others. A wisp means ghost, the word wisp. And the pale mist, the others trail pale mist. They're flying across the field. They're crossing the field. Flying away from the sun, like the others do, hiding from the sun. Morning ghosts. We just saw dawn. They stepped out into the cold air of dawn. Dawn is the original ice. So dawn is an icy symbol. The sword, anyway. And it originally belonged to Azor Ahai, who became Night's King. So it is an ice symbol. And so here we see the morning ghosts. They're supposed to be spirits returning to their graves. And this is what the dead green man is. So this is that moment. This is the moment when the other spirits they're wandering. They've been burned out of the Weirwood Net. I've just spent 2 hours showing you scenes where the others are burned out of the Weirwood Net. These spirits are emerging from all these burning trees, right? So here we're continuing the story. They're racing across the field. They are turning into pale mist. They are cold. They're supposed to return to their graves. But instead, here's what we see next. As the long fingers of dawn fanned across the fields, and that is a reference to Eos, the dawn goddess with the rosy fingers and all that. But this is an ice realm here. Color was returning to the world. Where gray men had sat gray horses armed with shadow spears, the points of 10,000 lances now glinted silvery cold. So, our shadow knights are revealed as silvery cold, frozen shadow knights. They are the others. So those pale morning ghosts, they were returning to their graves, but instead, they turned into silvery cold, icy shadow knights. Okay. Then she talks about the banners and the rainbow colors. This is what threw me off for a long time. I didn't recognize this as other symbolism. But yes, the blush of red and pink and orange, it's all this rainbow symbolism. That's because of the prismatic effect. of the ice. When we see the wall is got the rainbow prism light, all the septs use the crystals to do that. The weirwood staff with the crystal orb, symbol of the ice moon, throwing rainbow light. So that's what's happening. There's icy nights, rainbow light, and it says, all the power of Storm's End and Highgarden, the power that had been Renly's an hour ago, the power that had been that belonging to the Green Man, it belongs to Stannis now. Even if they do not know it themselves yet, who are they to turn, if not to the last Baratheon? Stannis has won all with an evil stroke. So this is the dolorous stroke. The Fisher, if you know Fisher King reference, the dolorous stroke is the one that wounds the Fisher King. It's either to his groin or his leg, which means groin. He's no longer fertile, so the land isn't fertile and the land dies. The wound has to be healed or a new Fisher King has to appear in order for the land to heal. So, with one evil, dolorous stroke, Stannis, the evil Azor Ahai, has stolen all the power of the Green Man. All the power of the Weirwood Net. And it belongs to him now. But they used to be the Knights of Summer. They've been transformed as they changed hands. Now they are ice, silvery, cold, icy shadow knights. So there it is. There's your green men turning into others. It's done by Night's King Azor Ahai, but there's a facilitation by Night's Queen. So, how did the shadow get into the Weirwood Net? Melisandre, a fiery Night's Queen parallel. She sent Azor Ahai's shadow into the Green Castle. So you see what I mean by invading the Weirwood Net. Stannis sent his spirit into this symbol of into the Green Castle. It was his shadow, his life fires that were pulled from his body that went into this Green Castle. That's the whole story. And this creates the others. So, yeah. All the power belongs to him. And here is Brienne dreaming about this later, just to add a little more color to it. Lord Renly was ahead of her sweet smiling king. He was leading, so smiling, laughing, got that laughing green man, laughing tree stuff. He was leading a horse through the trees. Brienne called out to him to tell him how much she loved him. But when he turned to scowl at her, she saw that he was not Renly after all. Renly never scowled. He always has a smile for me, she thought, except cold, her king said, puzzled, and a shadow moved without a man to cast it, and her sweet lord's blood came washing through the green steel of his gorget to drench her hands. So we got the red hands. He had been a warm man, but his blood was cold as ice. This is not real, she told herself. This is another bad dream, and soon I'll wake. So here we see the green man in death. His blood has turned into the blood of the others. It's cold as ice. And the Night's Queen is taking his blood and freezing it. It's like the whole thing. I'll stop saying that. Sorry. Her mount came to a sudden halt. It's just that once we spend 3 hours building up these ideas, then you can read these paragraphs and they really punch. You can see how George is giving the entire picture in miniature over and over again, but with different angles on it each time. Her mount came to a sudden halt, so she's waking up from the dream. Rough hands seized hold of her. She saw shafts of red afternoon light slanting through the branches of a chestnut tree. A horse rooted amongst the dead leaves after the chestnuts. And men moved nearby, talking in quiet voices. So this is all bloody tree stuff. The red light coming through the branches, chestnut tree, the chestnut hair is auburn colored. You think of Sansa with the chestnut, the tree between the moons. I already explained that. So the horse is rooting. Remember I said Yggdrasil's Ode's horse. So the horse is rooting like a tree. It's growing roots. Where? Amongst the dead. The dead leaves. The dead green men. Oh man, the horse rooted amongst the dead leaves after the chestnuts. So this is like the world tree rooting or the new world tree or whatever. And men moved nearby, talking in quiet voices, 10, 12, of course 12, maybe more. Brienne did not recognize their faces, they're nameless and faceless. She was stretched out on the ground, her back against the tree trunk. So she's about to be Weirwood sacrificed as the Nissa Nissa that she is. And George loves to do this. He'll take a dream sequence and then the stuff that's happening in the real world when the person wakes up from the dream, you're supposed to read that all as one narrative. And that serves as a way for George to tell you what happens to people when they come in and out of portals and into different realms and stuff. Okay, so I always pack too much. I thought I was going to do this in 2 hours. Let me just laugh at myself for a second. Yeah, thank you, Sean. Appreciate your backstory there. So, like I said, the children are suggested as having created the others in the famous line where, Cotter Pike, the incorrigible Cotter Pike, says, "Sam the Slayer, are you sure you stabbed another and not some child Snow Knight?" So this is after they're hearing the stories of Sam killing Sir Puddles. And they're like, maybe it was a snowman, a child's snowman. But in Westeros, they call the snowman Snow Knights, because why not? So, are the others the children's Snow Knights? Are they Snow Knights created by the children of the forest? Well, on the show, this was literally true, kind of. Well, the children created Night King. Night King makes the other White Walkers, I guess through the baby thing. We never see him make like the first White Walkers. We see him take Sam's baby and turn its eyes blue. But that's, again, none of that is supposed to really make sense. It's just supposed to be cool and creepy. They didn't want to explore that too much, so they simplified it. So don't think about the show too much. But the show did imply that, straight up, the first men were hunting the children and killing the children, so the children made Night King to try to even the fight. And then presumably, and they should have explained this on the show, presumably the children lost control of the others and had to ally with the humans to then contain the thing that they created. And the way that that probably happened, if you were to sort of game plan it out, is that the children, when they make the others, when they make Night King, they have a fail-safe. They have lots of obsidian. And these White Walkers are kind of fragile, actually. They pop with one hit. So if you're the children of the forest and you've got tons of obsidian and you can hide in trees with arrows and stuff, like you're not too afraid of the White Walkers. If they don't do what you want, you can just pop them. However, because they were dead green men, you'd have to imagine the guy tied to the tree is a green seer or something. These dead green men that are the others or whatever, they can raise the dead. And the children have no answer for that. They got no answer for the army of the dead. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So maybe that's how it got out of control. These are the things that people used to theorize about. Maybe the children made the others. They didn't expect them to be able to raise the dead. And once they raised the dead, they're like, oh crap, this didn't work. Thing is, that's silly to me. That doesn't fit what the children of the forest are like nature elves. They do not think like humans. The children of the forest aren't making mistakes and going, oh crap, we screwed everything up. Like, no, that was the humans that screwed everything up, not the children. It's Azor Ahai. You can see what's happening. It's Azor Ahai stealing the magic of the children of the forest that screws all this up. However, this is the new idea. Maybe if the children of the forest are wanting to give a home to their old gods, which they would want to do, maybe they gave the others icy bodies so that they wouldn't be lost. So this is the Wayward Bride chapter here. And it says, the wooden watchtower was the tallest thing this side of the mountains. So this is Asha at Deepwood Mont. So she's in a wooden tower, obvious tree symbol, rising 20 feet above, above the biggest sentinels and soldier pines in the surrounding woods. Anytime you see sentinels and soldier pines, think of the others. They usually end up getting cloaked in snow, but the others are tree soldiers, and they are sentinels. They are watchers. So, sentinels and soldier pines. Their captain, said Crom. That's a reference to Crom Cruarch, which is more Irish mythology tied to tree warriors and stuff. When she made the platform, Asha saw only trees and shadows, the moonlit hills, and the snowy peaks beyond, which, as Michael talks about stuff, likes to say, this is a recipe here. That's the others. Moonlight, shadows, trees, and snow. Put that all together, and you get another. Then she realized that the trees were creeping closer. Oh, gosh. Oh, ho, she laughed. These mountain goats have cloaked themselves in pine boughs. So the mountain goats, that's the Northmen that live in the mountains. They're the clans. But by calling them mountain goats, she's just given them horns. And of course, think of a satyr, Pan with the goat legs. So the green man, these horny green men, these satyrs, they've cloaked themselves in pine boughs. They're like moving trees. The woods were on the move, creeping toward the castle like a slow green tide. She thought back to the tale she heard as a child about the children of the forest and their battles with the first men when the green seers turned the trees to warriors. So, did the children of the forest turn the trees into warriors? Well, if they gave the others ice bodies, then kinda, sorta. But the narrative is wrong. They didn't turn the trees to warriors to fight the first men. I don't really see any evidence of that. What I see is the green seers being burned out of the weirwood tree, as we have all seen, and then they are spirits wandering around, potentially to return to their graves, but their graves, they can't return to their graves, so they're homeless. So they get turned into warriors. I believe that's what's going on. So let's take a look at Sansa making snow knights into a castle in the Eyrie. What was that hero with 1,000 voices? A mountain ash is another name for a rowan tree. Yes, correct. That's what I was saying. Let me just check on my PayPals or Super Chats. More gifted memberships. Thank you, Fergan. Oh, any thoughts on Garland taking Renly's place as a green man? Yes. Yes. So, there is a whole cycle of the Holly King and Oak King. They're brothers that kill each other in a cycle of the seasons, right? So Renly's killed by Stannis. Then, at the Battle of the Blackwater, Renly is resurrected and defeats Stannis' army. Not one-on-one, but pretty much. Okay? And that resurrected Renly is, of course, Garland Tyrell, who has a Garth name, Garland. And there's a whole song about Renly's ride going down to hell and back and stuff. And the fires are reflecting on his armor and all this. And the thing is, they're coded as demons. So they are like the others at this point. I'm not sure. The sides on the Battle of the Blackwater are hard to break down. But essentially, I'll give you two answers. Yeah, there's so many demons, exactly. Resurrected Renly and his demon army. That is either the last hero and his green zombies, or it's the others and the Night King. They're entirely parallel, and it is often very hard to tell. Renly defeats Gaiard Morgan, the Green, in battle, and a dozen other knights as well. So there's I can't tell which side he is. It's tough because they're all parallel, which is probably all George wants us to know, I guess. If those spirits were put into the infant sacrifices as a term of the pact. The scenario that makes more sense to me, Stacy, is that you would sacrifice infants in order to get the mana to make the icy magical body of the other. Otherwise, you're doing daycare. And I just don't think that makes sense. But it could be that way. It's not that different, really. Because if you're putting the green man spirits into the infants, what happens to the spirit of the infants? They just get run over or eaten up. So any way you slice it, the babies that are sacrificed, they're never born. That's what George was hinting about when he said never born. You know, Michael Talks About Stuff made a video about it, like the never born. It's a reference to shadows and the idea that shadows come from children who never get to be born. So, oh yeah, and the name Nymeria, Kirsty, thank you. Of course, it's related to nymph, and there is a Greek oceanic nymph called Nysa, and she's an ocean nymph. So there's a whole they're dryads and wood elves and things. So yeah, I guess that Nymeria name is doing several purposes. So again, you see how great George is. The children stolen by the Fae are called Neverborn. Okay. Well, okay, so George got that from folklore, you're saying. Gotcha. So here's Sansa in the Eyrie. What do I want with snowballs? She made a bunch of snowballs. And then she was like, wait, I don't have anybody to throw these at. She looked at her sad little arsenal. There's no one to throw them at. She let the ones she was making drop from her hand. I could build a snow knight instead, she thought. Or even, so she's like, oh, I could build, an other. So she pushed 2 of her snowballs together, added a third, packed more snow around them. And this is how you make a snowman, by the way. You take 3 snowballs and pack them together, right? So it says, I could build a snow knight. And she starts building the castle. But it's very important to notice George still has her using the process of building a snow knight, pushing 2 snowballs together, adding a third. So that's a snowman. But then she packs more around them and makes it into the shape of a cylinder. So she's making a white tower, which is always the home of the others, White Sword Tower, etc. Tower of Joy. When it was done, she stood it on end and used the tip of her little finger to poke holes in it for windows. So I thought about this line. Tina of the Tower, I agree. Michael's theory about shadows is the same as my theory about the others. It's just a different way of talking about it. The thing that will be slightly different, he's got some idea about green seers being trapped under the wall. I think that's possible, but I think that could be... really, it's under Winterfell that there could be like other linked green seers or something. But yeah, I shouted that one out earlier in the stream. I'm a big fan. So using her little finger to poke holes in the windows. Okay, so the holes in the windows are the eyes. If this tower is like a tree, the poking the holes, that's like carving the face. It's like putting eyes. If you're like a god fashioning humans from clay, it's like you're giving it eyes, right? So she's using her little finger to do that. Now, little finger is the Night's King symbol here. He stole away Sansa, like Night's King caught and stole away Night's Queen and took her to the Night Fort. Peter has taken her to this ice castle here. But Night's Queen is using him to animate the others. This is the point of the stream, basically. Night's Queen takes the seed and soul of Night's King and creates the others. Visenya drew Aegon's blood to make the Kingsguard. Brienne soaked in Renly's blood. Then we see the Shadow Knights turn into others. And so here, Night's Queen is using her little finger. She's using Night's Queen, her abductor, turning things against him, using his power to make the others, or a snow castle. So let's keep rolling with this. The crenellations around the top took a little more care, but when they were done, she had a tower. I need some walls now, Sansa thought. And then a keep. Oh, I really need a wall. Got to build an ice wall. That would be cool. The snow fell and the castle rose. It was only a castle when she began, but before long she knew it was Winterfell. So she's building an ice castle out of others. That's my point. The castle and the others is the same thing. And yes, that's what we're talking about. Night's Queen is undead Nissa Nissa. It seems unavoidable. It seems to be the case. I once thought they were sisters or something. They're not. They got to be the same person. So she's building this castle, Winterfell, out of the bodies of others. That's what I'm trying to show you. And then when she's in the snow castle of the Eyrie, it looks like the bodies of the others are the pillars and walls of the castle. So this is really like, what does this mean? What does it mean? We've seen that the Starks take in the green men, you know, like at the Wolf's Den. They take in the green men that are evicted. Night's Queen takes them in, gives them a home, builds them a castle. So when we say that the kings of winter are down in the crypts and Lyanna's statue down in the crypts, like, what does that mean? What does that really mean? Are there, and again, this is getting back to Michael talks about stuff like the others are tied to some sort of very old green seers that are on thrones somewhere. I think they'd have to be down in the crypts. Because that's what this is implying. That Winterfell is an ice castle built as a white harbor for the others. In some sense. Now, it could be like the Weirwood system is like part of the wall that keeps the others sort of entombed, you know? But one has to wonder who those kings of winter are down there on those Weirwood thrones. Are they like the original green men that were tied to the Weirwood Net when the thing got messed up? And so those are the spirits that became the others. I wouldn't think their bodies would still be around. Maybe they're petrified or frozen down there. But that's kind of what this is implying, isn't it? What do you think, Sean? And Michael talks about stuff, essentially came to a very similar conclusion, that there must be very old green seers on thrones in the wall, which is another ice castle. Like, if the entire north is the realm of the others, the wall is like their castle wall. So if there's, you know, the thing that I was saying to Michael, though, is like, you're talking about green seers on thrones under the wall. What is the Black Gate? It's an original talking weirwood tree that can still talk, like the ones on the Isle of Faces. And it's somehow entombed in the wall. So to me, that's what he's looking at. There might be more Black Gates. There probably are. There probably one at every castle, or maybe just 3. But there's probably more Black Gates. And it could be that green men had to be turned into those organisms or something, you know, in order to make the wall. Because the point of making the wall, you can see why the wall is made now. I guess I should stop and talk about this. The wall is made to enforce the partition. The wall is made so that these homeless green man spirits that have been given icy bodies have a place to live where people won't screw with them. Now, they have their own little population of wildlings, but they may be farming them intentionally for children. So the wall is made to keep the humans and the others apart, essentially. I am not sure that the Night's Watch is supposed to be on top of the wall. I have never felt right about that. They feel invasive there. The wall feels like it belongs to the others. And so it's very strange that the Night's Watchmen are all over it, to me. So I don't know if they originally were. But yeah. Bran the Builder building the wall becomes an act of like, he's working with Night's Queen to do this. And this is the whole thing. Littlefinger and Sansa are building the snow castle. Littlefinger comes along. Well, let's just read this chapter. Let's just read this bit. Not the whole chapter, but some excerpts. Would you be willing to do a breakdown of the oath, Watchers on the Wall? I mean, I've talked about it a bunch of times, Kim. The walls, plural, my best guess about that is like the walls of the Night Fort. Because I think there was a Green Man watch around that Weirwood organism, like before the wall was built. And it's probably, I think that's where Azor Ahai killed Nissa Nissa and created the others. I think it probably happened at the Night Fort. So, I did a whole stream about that, Kim. It's the Green Men of the Night Fort. That's the one you want. I think those are the walls, plural. So, yeah, let's dig into this chapter. Hang on a second. I'm not going to play the music. I'm just going to mute the microphone and lean away from the camera and do a mysterious act, which y'all... Here, I'll tell you what. I'll give you some artwork. I've got a couple more bombs for y'all, so don't leave yet. So I want to show off this other commission artwork. This is by Theo Sick. This is the Isle of Ravens, and I showed this on the Old Town video, but I want to give y'all a chance to look at it again, because isn't that cool? And just give me like 20 seconds here. Sorry, I just had to knock that light umbrella over real quick. That's better. Okay. Thanks for bearing with me, folks, as I do this stream by myself today. Overlay. And we're back. All right. So, yes, going back in this Sansa Snow Castle chapter, there's a few things I want to grab that will shed further light. Night's King constructed Winterfell waiting for dawn to come. Good way to put it. Good way to put it. Exactly. Waiting for the solution. And Bran is the new Summer King. So, yeah. She woke all at once, every nerve a tingle. For a moment she did not remember where she was. So this is Night's Queen like waking up inside the Weirwood Net after her, transformation stuff. She had dreamt that she was little, still sharing a bedchamber with her sister Arya. But it was her maid she heard tossing in sleep, not her sister, and this was not Winterfell, but the Eyrie. And I am ElleAnne Stone, a bastard girl. So Martin is just highlighting the transformation. She's waking up from a dream where she remembers being young and remember being Sansa. But then she's like, oh, that's right, I'm a different person now. I'm in an ice castle in the Eyrie, and my name is ElleAnne Stone. The room was cold and black, though she was warm beneath the blankets. Dawn had not yet come. Sometimes she dreamt of Sir Illian Payne, who's a totally other-coded, and woke with her heart thumping, but this dream had not been like that. It was a dream of home. The Eyrie was not home. Blah, blah, blah. talking about the long, treacherous descent past sky and snow and stone to the gates of the moon on the valley floor. I did a symbolism of the Vale stream, which I highly recommend, where I broke down all the castles. It's an inverted parallel. There's the gates of the moon at the bottom, and there's the moon door at the bottom, which is the gates of the moon. And everything in the middle is reflexive. So it's a very cool bit of symbolism. I did a whole 3-hour stream on it, so check that out. But yeah, her aunt kept a small household and seldom permitted any guest to ascend past the gates of the moon. So you can see, like, the gates of the moon, think about the black gate in the wall. The gates of the moon, you have to, in order to pass it, you have to recite the specific wording to the knight of the gate of the gate. And that was Brynden Tully, and he did this whole ritual with Catelyn. It's very similar to the way you have to recite the Night's Watch oaths to get through the black gate. So, Night's Queen is not letting anyone through the moon door, or through the black gate, essentially. She's closed it off. The wall is there, sealed up. Lysa was as lonely as she was, because Sansa and Lysa are both lonely Night's Queens, cut off from their tree network. Her new husband seemed to spend more time at the foot of the mountain than he did atop it. And Peter is called the Lord Protector of the Vale. Now, the Vale, of course, is the veil between, that's the partition, between the warm Weirwood Net and the frozen dead half. So the protector of the Vale, that's like, yeah, is the king of the Weirwood Mouth Gate. But the Vale is specifically icy, so protector of the Vale, pretty cool. It's kind of like Lord Commander of the Watch, I guess you would say. And Night's King was a Lord Commander of the Watch. So that's Peter. He's a bad Lord Commander, a bad protector of the Ice Vale. Snow was falling on the Eyrie. Outside, the flakes drifted down as soft and silent as memory. Was this what woke me? Already the snowfall lay thick upon the garden below. So this is just going to be a repetitive theme of snowing over the Weirwood Net. So just read it up. The snowfall lay thick upon the garden, and even think like Garden of Eden, the sacred garden, blanketing the grass, dusting the shrubs and statues with white, and weighing down the branches of the trees ice spiders hoe. The sight took Sansa back to cold nights long ago. In the long summer of her childhood, she had last seen snow the day she left Winterfell. That was a lighter fall than this, she remembered. Sansa left the shutters open. Let's see. The Erie's towers encircled the garden and protected it from the worst of the mountain winds. So this garden, this is the home of the others. This is the dead Weirwood half, this garden we're about to see. So it's encircled by the Erie's towers. That sounds like the wall, circling off, walling off the north. She donned silken small clothes and a linen shift. Over that, a warm dress of blue lamb's wool. So think of the lambs Craster gives to the others. 2 pairs of hose for her legs. It's like she's made of the power of those sacrifices. 2 pairs of hose for her legs, boots that laced up her knees, heavy leather gloves, and a hooded cloak of soft white fox fur. So, the sigil of House Florent is a red fox surrounded with 12 blue flowers. Now, we have always noticed, and the thing about Florent is that Selyse is a Florent. Selyse is a cold, icy queen for Stannis. Stannis has a fiery queen, Mel, and an icy queen, Selyse. And so, Selyse is a Florent, and that sigil is a red fox in a circle of blue flowers. Yeah, shout out to Red Fox, the comedian. The red fox is Azor Ahai. He's the fox in the hen house. The fox is a thief. The red wanderer is the red thief. So it's all very similar. And he's encircled by these blue flowers. So he's in the ice realm. He's inside the ice moon. He's been transformed. He's being trapped, if you will, by Night's Queen in the cold half. And so that's what we see. Sansa is wearing the hooded cloak of soft white fox fur. It just ties her to the Florent sigil and the blue roses and all that stuff. Also, she's wearing the fur of a dead fox. So it's like, yeah, Azor Ahai is dead, and Night's Queen, again, has taken his seed and soul and his power and his fox fur. Sansa eased open the door, made her way down the winding stair. When she opened, so this is moon coming out of heaven stuff, but she opened the door to the garden. It was so lovely that she held her breath. Just as the fire, all the Nissas looking at the fire. Oh, so lovely to behold. Here it's the cold. It was so lovely that she held her breath, unwilling to disturb such perfect beauty. The snow drifted down and down, all in a ghostly silence. Oh, man. When the others butchered Waymar, I think it was a ghostly silence as well. That exact phrase. If someone wants to double check that for me. And lay thick and unbroken on the ground. All color had fled the world outside. It was a place of whites and blacks and grays. White, that reminds us of Bloodraven's cave inside of the Weirwood Net, House of Black and White. White towers and white snow and white statues. Black shadows and black trees. The dark gray sky above. So, here on the frozen half of the Weird Net, we have a symbol of the black trees, the shade of the evening trees that have blue leaves and that represent the other's corrupt side of the Weird Net. Like, this is where I found it first. I was like, oh, wait, half the Weird Net is frozen and corrupted, and that's the other side. It was those undying ones. They're cold blue shadows living in this grove of undying trees, right? So here is another symbol of the ice realm of the others. We've got the dead Weirwood thrones. They talk about how they couldn't get a Weirwood to grow in the Eyrie, famously. So it's a god's wood without gods, no Weirwood. And then, yeah, the black trees. So that's very cool. I hadn't caught that before. That's why. Sometimes I get excited about the small things because most of this I've already noticed. And then I'll catch one little thing like, oh, there's the black trees. Very cool. Because we just said House of Black and White. And what do you see at the House of Black and White? Black and white wood, always interspersed with the moon face. The Weirwood face. It's half Weirwood, half ebony. But the ebony is just a symbol. It's just a black wood symbol. It doesn't matter what kind of black wood. Ironwood is black wood. Ebony is black wood. Shade of the evening trees are black wood. Some people think they're all the same thing. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's the same symbol at the very least. House Blackwood has a dead or dying blackwood tree. See what I mean? Blackwood, dead trees. So, House of Black and White, snowy garden, a pure world, Sansa thought, I do not belong here. And yet there she is. She stepped out all the same. Her boots tore ankle-deep holes in the smooth white surface of the snow, maybe to make it look pockmarked like the moon, I don't know. Yet made no sound. So there we get the others reference. They make no sound when they walk, even though she is breaking the snow. Sansa drifted past frosted shrubs and thin dark trees and wondered if she were still dreaming. Drifting snowflakes brushed her face as light as a lover's kisses and melted on her cheeks. This here is more fire parallel language. Melisandre with the flame on her cheeks like a lover's kiss. It's the same language, just flipped to ice. So that tells you Sansa is a Night's Queen. She's an ice elf. That's what she is, because she's a child, remember. A Stark and a child and an elf. And she is kissing the snow. Because remember, Nissa dies too, so maybe she discovers ice magic as a way of saving these green men somehow. Yeah. At the center of the garden, beside the statue of the weeping woman that lay broken and half buried on the ground. Okay. So that is Alyssa, with Alyssa's tears, right? She is a symbol of a frozen Weirwood tree, or the Night's Queen. Let's just call her Night's Queen. It's a Night's Queen statue. It's made of white marble, veined with blue, and she's weeping. The wall weeps when it melts, right? So, weeping ice woman, that's the wall. That's Night's Queen. And so, but what happened to the statue? Oh, it's broken and half buried. So there's the split in half. And half buried like a white. Yeah, exactly. And then she turned her face up to the sky and closed her eyes. She could feel the snow on her lashes, tasted on her lips. It was the taste of Winterfell, the taste of innocence, the taste of dreams. When Sansa opened her eyes again, she was on her knees. She did not remember falling. So now, Night's Queen Sansa has fallen right next to the Night's Queen statue. which is fallen, right? It seemed to her that the sky was a lighter shade of gray. Dawn, she thought. Another day, another new day. It was the old day she hungered for, prayed for. And just read all this as Night's Queen, bemoaning like the lost, the lost magical emerald castle, if you will. But who could she pray to? The garden had been meant for a godswood once, she knew, but the soil was too thin and stony for a weirwood to take root. A godswood without gods, as empty as me. So she, Nissa, like she is the godswood. Like Night's Queen, she makes the castle, which is the same as the home. Like it's all the same stuff. I'm trying to figure out how to interpret this properly. But yeah, Night's Queen is like the godswood itself. So she scooped up a handful of snow and squeezed it between her fingers, heavy and wet. The snow packed easily. She began to make snowballs, shaping and smoothing them until they were round and white and perfect. Then comes the scene the clip that we read earlier, where she's, I could make a snow knight. I'll make a castle. All right. Let's see. It was only a castle when she began, but before very long, Sansa knew it was Winterfell. She found twigs and fallen branches beneath the snow and broke off ends to make the trees for the godswood. Okay, so she's breaking the branches in half, just like Jon was. So there's more bifurcation. And she is pulling the dead branches out of the snow. She's like, these are like dead green men. So she's like picking them up. And what is she doing? She's planting them in this ice temple. So like every line is the same in this passage. It's all sending the same message. Sansa is building Winterfell and giving the others a home. She is planting the dead trees. For the gravestones in the Lichyard, she used bits of bark. So again, parts of trees. She's putting some to rest there. Soon her gloves and her boots were crusty white. Her hands were tingling, so she's turning into the statue. And her feet were soaked and cold, but she did not care. The castle was all that mattered. Some things were hard to remember, but most came back to her easily. So this is like she's still in a haze. Is this still a dream? I don't know. It's very hazy. The library tower with the steep stonework stair twisting about its exterior. So a library tower, a weirwood tree is a library tower. It's a tree tower full of information and history. It's got the spiral stair because it's the cosmic axis that it's like the... Guys, no. It's the spiral stair twisting about its exterior. The gatehouse, two huge bulwarks, the arched gate between them. So that's the gate is the weirwood. The two huge bulwarks are the two moons. So that's the same tree between the teats. And of course, Sansa has the chestnut hair. We just saw the chestnut rooting amongst the dead earlier. And this is again why I used to make my essays so long, is because the longer you go, the longer you can just hold your attention together and keep following the parallels, the more sure you become, and the more you see this repeating motif over and over and over. There's many motifs. So Dawn stole into her garden like a thief. So that is the thief is the Red Wanderer. Dawn can serve a lot of purposes. To me, this is the thief that's coming in here. I mean, it's the Night's King, because Peter Baelish is the thief. And he's about to come into the garden too. And he steals into the garden like a thief. He stole Sansa. And of course he is, because the Night's King is the one who has Dawn. In order to defeat Night's King, you have to steal Dawn from him. That's where Last Hero got his dragon steel. That's why Last Hero has a sword that breaks. And then later he has dragon steel. He took it from Night's King. Just like Ned takes Dawn from Arthur Dayne at the Tower of Joy. That's where I found that one. So stealing Dawn, it's a wordplay thing. Last Hero stole Dawn from Night's King. That's another reason, Night's King is Azor Ahai. How does he have Dawn? Dawn comes from the Great Empire of the Dawn. Azor Ahai brought it here. He transforms into ice, and he's still got his ice sword. So, yeah. Dawn's not really ice. I mean, it's not really made of ice. It's made of a meteorite. It just looks white. So, yeah. Original Night King would have been... See, that's the thing is, I don't know if Night King exists in the physical realm. If him and Night's Queen might be both in the Weirwood Net, it could be the others that are out in the physical realm. But the others all have like little dawn swords. You know what I mean? Like their bones are like milk glass, and they have pale swords made of ice. So, yeah. Okay. Dawn stole into her garden like a thief. The gray of the sky grew lighter still, and the trees and shrubs turned a dark green beneath their stoles of snow. So they're green men, but they're wearing stoles, meaning like clothes, robes of snow. They've turned into others. The others are like frozen bushes. A few servants came out and watched her for a time, so there's some watchers, but she paid them no mind, and they soon went back inside where it was warmer. Sansa saw Lady Lysa gazing down from her balcony, wrapped in blue velvet, a blue velvet robe trimmed with fox fur. So it's the same fox fur Florence sigil again. 2 Knights Queens, they both have it. That makes sense. But when she looked up, her aunt was gone. Maester Coleman popped out of the rookery and peered down for a while, skinny and shivering but curious. Her bridges kept falling down. Well, that's not good. There was a covered bridge between the armory and the main keep, and another that went from the 4th floor of the bell tower to the 2nd floor of the rookery. But no matter how carefully she shaped them, they would not hold together. The 3rd time one collapsed on her, she cursed aloud and sat back in helpless frustration. So trying to make a bridge is like, that's like trying to get to the new home for the others. Trying to get from this burning, like think of Arya in the burning barn. The bridge is that tunnel that leads out. Okay, so she's trying to build bridges and she can't. At least that's how I interpret it. And then Peter says, pack the snow around a stick, Sansa, which is how you make another. She did not know how long he had been watching her or when he had returned from the Vale. A stick, she asked. That will give it strength enough to stand, I'd think, Peter said. May I come into your castle, my lady? Sansa was wary. Don't break it. Be gentle, he smiled. Winterfell has withstood fiercer enemies than me. It is Winterfell, is it not? So then he's walking along outside the walls. He's not in the castle yet. Talking about how he used to dream of it. It's Night's King. In my dreams, it was a dark place and cold. Because Night's King is thinking about post-transformation Winterfell. Sansa is remembering the good old days. And so, like tying a stick to a tree to make sure it grows straight. Arboreal gardening. Yeah, more or less. So then we've got... it was always warm, even when it snowed. Water from the hot springs is piped through the walls to warm them, and inside the glass gardens, it was always like the hottest day of summer. And I don't have a lot of time to read it, I guess, but I did have some stuff about the burning of Winterfell. If you remember, when Winterfell is burned, it's also cracked open. So all of that hot water is now pooling out. So Winterfell is transformed into a cold place. By the time that the Boltons take it over, it is no longer hot. The system is not working. And it is snowed in. So this is another symbol of the Weirwood Net, basically. Like, it was warm. It was this bulwark of warmth. It was alive with warmth. And then it got burned. But after it was burned, it was frozen. And frozen, it became a home for the others. And so this is kind of what I'm talking about. It's like a salvage. The Weirwood Net is burned and destroyed, but part of it at least is salvaged and turned icy so the others can live there. That's what I'm seeing. So anyway, she stood towering over the great white castle. So Sansa built ice towers. Now she's a tower. So she's like a towering weirwood tree. I can't think how to do the glass roof over the gardens. Littlefinger stroked his chin where his beard had been before Lysa had asked him to shave it off. The glass was locked in frames, no? Twigs are your answer. Peel them and cross them and use bark to tie them together into frames. Peel them and cross them? hold on a second. This sounds like Bolton's flaying people, peeling them and putting them on crosses. The trees? Oh, that makes sense. We got to torture the trees. We have to take the twigs, the green men, and we've got to peel them and put them on crosses. Oh, damn. And use bark to tie them together into frames so they make a weirwood net. Sacrifice them, make them into a frame. Oh, a lattice. That's what they call it. He moved through the garden, gathering up twigs and sticks and shaking the snow from them. When he had enough, he stepped over both walls with a single long stride and squatted on his heels in the middle of the yard, which is shitting symbolism, obviously. Sansa came closer to watch what he was doing. His hands were deft and sure, and before long he had a crisscrossing lattice work of twigs, very like the one that roofed the glass gardens of Winterfell. We will need to imagine the glass, to be sure, he said when he gave it to her. This is just right, she said. So that's pretty crazy there. Peeled green men. Yeah, I guess if you peel the bark away, the wood's always going to be lighter in color. So they've turned white, and they're tortured on crosses, which just means they're on weirwood. Yeah, so this Michael talks about stuff. I don't know if you're listening to hour 3 here of this stream, but we have some others on cross. We have green men on crosses forming a lattice work. And a lattice work, that's like the lattice work of space, time. So we're like, again, this is creating a new home. We're reshaping reality for the others. We've made them an ice castle. We're planting the tree others in the garden. We are turning them into a lattice work that's like a hive mind. Sorry about the crosses. When she used sticks for covered bridges, they stood just as he said they would. So again, sticks are the solution to everything here. She's making the whole castle with sticks and snow. And remember, they were snowballs that were meant to be snow knights. A lattice is a weir. Yes, thank you. Absolutely. As you've seen, it is a wooden lattice. It is supposed to be loose mesh because the small fish are supposed to get through. Only supposed to catch the big fish. So it's not a total dam. That's why I called them a crappy dam. It's like a dam with a bunch of holes. So yes, it's a wooden lattice work. She's making a new weir. So there it is. Who said that? Thank you. Clover Azar. Nice one. So there you go. We're making a new weir, we're part of the Weirwood Net, a new home for the others. That's what this entire chapter is about. So the broken tower was easier still. They made a tall tower together, kneeling side by side to roll it smooth. And when they'd raised it, Sansa stuck her fingers through the top, grabbed a handful of snow, and flung it full in his face. So this reminds me of Moat Cailin, where the broken tower looks like the child's toys flung and scattered about the bog. And this would also be the lightning striking the tower, because the broken tower, Winterfell, is struck by lightning. So this is like that thunderbolt, only she's calling it down. She is the thunderbolt. That's interesting. It's the power of the others, I guess, right? So she throws it back at Night King. So this is kind of a thing, like Night's Queen is sort of, she was murdered by Azor Ahai as Nissa Nissa. So in the Weir Net, she seems to be turning the tables. She's taking his fire, making the others. She's giving the others bodies. She is trapping him. So yeah, it's hard to say who's in charge here, but it does look mostly like Night's Queen is the one in charge of like the others in general. Oh, I know what this is. Okay. So Night's King gave his seed and soul to Night's Queen. And then he becomes more than a man. The night was his to rule. And he binds his brothers in strange sorcery. That's another thing about turning green men into others, right? A brotherhood of green men at the Night Fort, just like the Order of Green Men on the Isle of Faces, bound with sorcery to become the brothers of the Night's King. That's just another version of the story. So when Sansa is throwing snow in Peter's face, This is Night's Queen transforming Night's King. Because remember, Azor Ahai is a fiery dude. He goes into the Weirwood Net. He comes out Night's King. So when Night's Queen takes that seed and soul from him, he's left cold. And that's similar to Stannis. He gives his fires to Mel and becomes increasingly shadowed and deathly looking. So Night's Queen is transforming Night's King into a snow person. And she says that was unchivalrous, or he said that was unchivalrously done. And she says, as was bringing me here, you swore to take me home. So we get into the whole abducted maiden thing here. And she says, where did I get the strength? This courage had come from Winterfell. I am stronger within the walls of Winterfell. So Night's Queen is stronger within the walls of Winterfell. That brings us to Lyanna's statues, which are in the crypts. They are her statue. Sorry, Ned sees it in a dream, and other people see it in person. In Ned's dream, it is weeping blood like a weirwood. So, Night's Queen is stronger in the walls of Winterfell. This looks like Night's Queen built Winterfell for the others. So Bran the Builder was a girl, or did Bran the Builder steal credit from someone? So Bran the Builder, remember, Bran the Builder supposedly built the wall. The wall's made of ice. So if Bran the Builder is working with Night's Queen somehow, that could make sense. Let me keep reading. I wish you could see yourself, my lady. You are so beautiful. You're crusted over with snow like some little bear cub, but your face is flushed and you can scarcely breathe. How long have you been out here? You must be very cold. Let me warm you, Sansa. Take off those gloves. Give me your hands. Yes, creeper alert. Think about the symbolism here. So when she says, give me your hands, remember Illyrio of the forked devil beard. He has Sarah's hands, her stone hands, in a box because she got grayscale and died. Getting grayscale is like freezing. So Night's King wants the hands of Night's Queen here. There must be some sort of magical implication here about that. Maybe it's with the Weirwood hands. Yeah, right, because Night's King is trying to get the power of the Weirwood. So did you make this? So then, okay, here's the thing about Bran the Builder. Tim, you're going to like this. Robin, sweet Robin, comes out and he's like, did you make the snow castle, Lord Littlefinger? Did you make it? And then he says, ElleAnne did most of it, my lord. Sansa said, it's meant to be Winterfell. So it's like, oh, did you make Winterfell, Bran the Builder? Well, Night's Queen did most of it. So I'm not sure how that's true exactly. It could have to do with like the magical side of building Winterfell, setting the wards, setting up the Weirwood thrones in the lowest level of the crypts. Bran the Builder piled some rocks on top of each other. That's not really Winterfell though, right? So there must be something like that. Let's see. Winterfell is the seat of House Stark, Sansa told her husband to be. The great castle of the north. It's not so great. The boy knelt before the gatehouse. Look, here comes a giant to knock it down. He stood his doll in the snow and moved it jerkily. Tromp, 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 I'm a giant, he chanted. Ho, 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 open your gates or I'll mash them and smash them. Swinging the doll by the legs, he knocked the top off one gatehouse and then the other. So we've just got a moon disaster, giants waking in the earth. There was a loud, let's see. It was more than Sansa could stand. Robert, stop that. Instead, he swung the doll again, and a foot of wall exploded. So this is definitely this is prophecy. Second moon, both gatehouse towers. The other moon. So one gatehouse tower, then the other. One day the other moon will kiss the sun too. Now the wall's exploding. That reminds me of Jon's dream where he throws the pillow with the raven and hits the wall and explodes in a flurry of white feathers. She grabbed for his hand, but she caught the doll instead. There was a loud ripping sound as the thin cloth tore. Suddenly, she had the doll's head. Robert had the legs and body, and the rag and sawdust stuffing was spilling in the snow. So just like the feathers of the pillow. It's a snowstorm. Little Robert's mouth trembled. You killed him, he wailed. Then he began to shake. It started with no more than a little shivering, but within a few short heartbeats, he had collapsed across the castle, his limbs flailing about violently. White towers and snowy bridges shattered and fell on all sides. Sansa stood horrified, but Peter Baelish seized her cousin's wrists and shouted for the maester. A mad rage seized hold of her. She picked up a broken branch and smashed the torn doll's head down on top of it, then pushed it down atop the shattered gatehouse of her snow castle. The servants looked aghast, but when Littlefinger saw what she'd done, he'd laughed. If the tales be true, that's not the first giant to end up with his head on Winterfell's walls. Those are only stories, she said, and left him there. So, what's going on here? Sweet Robin. Sweet Robin is a Green Seer kid. Obviously, he parallels Bran. He's controlling this giant here, just as Bran controls Hodor. There's a whole pattern of children and the giant and stuff. I think it's interesting that he has a green man name, like King Robert. And he's attacking the snow castle here. King Robert came to Winterfell and went down into the crypts. There was something about Sweet Robin. What was it? Oh, right. I was saying that you could interpret this whole story as Sweet Robin is the last hero attacking the others. Okay. But this whole thing is told from the perspective of Night's Queen. So she's like, oh, you're breaking my castle. I just made this as a home for the others and you're attacking it. But there was more to that. Let's see. What was it? Then she kills him and sticks his head on a stick. That's a symbol of putting someone in the Weirwood Net. So that's kind of like killing Azor Ahai. And that's her husband. So that kind of makes sense too. I guess it's just going back to the beginning of the cycle when he invades, essentially. Yeah. I think I had one more thought about this. Oh, no, there's more to the chapter. That's right. Okay. So after this, we get a sort of a parallel scene inside the throne room. So Marillion comes to get her and says, do you require guarding? And then said, I'm composing a new song you should know, a song so sweet it will melt even your frozen heart, the roadside rose I meant to call it, about a base-born girl so beautiful she bewitched every man who laid eyes upon her. So, I am a Stark of Winterfell, she longed to tell him. So Sansa she has a frozen heart, and she bewitches men, and she's called the roadside rose. So there you go. Yeah, Merlion's a scumbag, yes. But we're talking about symbolism. And so Sansa here has the blue rose symbolism of Lyanna. And just as Night's Queen took the seed and soul of Night's King, sort of turning the tables, doing her sorcery, that's bewitching. And so here we see, it's all Night's Queen stuff. So then it says, 2 guards in sky blue cloaks flank the carved wooden doors of the high hall, spears in hand. No one is to enter so long as, okay, blah, blah, blah. Lady Lysa sat on the dais in a high-backed chair of carved weirwood. Alone to her right was a second chair, taller than her own, with a stack of blue cushions piled on the seat, but Lord Robert was not in it. Sansa hoped he'd recovered. So yeah, this is, remember, like Night's King is kind of absent. Like, remember, her Lord husband spent more time at the foot of the mountain. Sansa just, beheaded the doll of her husband and stuck it on a pole. Like, yeah, he's kind of not around. He's kind of like just absent. Let's see here. And I think that's because Night's King is in the Weirwood Net. Night's Queen might be able to come out. So it says the floors and walls of the high hall were made of milk white marble veined with blue. So just like the others have the blue blood, it looks like, yeah, that's why I was saying it looks like the castle itself is made out of the flesh of the others. just as Sansa made a castle out of snow knights in the last scene. Shafts of pale daylight slanted through narrow arched windows along the eastern wall. Between the windows were torches mounted in high iron sconces, but none of them was lit. Her footsteps fell softly on the carpet. Outside, the wind blew cold and lonely. Amidst so much white marble, even the sunlight looked chilly somehow. So this is just what I'm talking about. Azor Ahigh's fire being flipped. The sunlight is cold, and the torches are not lit. They are out. So, like, yeah. Think of, again, the burning castle, the fire goes out, and everything's cold. But a little bit of that fire has been transformed into this icy power that animates the others. All the power that had been Renly's, if you will, now belongs to Stannis. Now belongs to Night's Queen, really. And so outside the wind blew cold and lonely, okay? Not so chilly as her aunt, Lady Lysa, dressed in a gown of cream-colored velvet, a necklace of sapphires and moonstones. This is all icy symbolism. Her auburn hair had been done up in a thick braid. It fell across one shoulder. She sat in the high seat watching her niece approach. Blah, 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 blah. The high hall seemed to grow a little colder. The walls and floors and columns might have turned to ice. So then they're talking about, oh, he kissed me. Why would he do that? He has a wife who loves him, a woman grown, not a little girl. He has no need for the likes of you. I was building a snow castle, Sansa said. Lord Peter was helping me, and then he kissed me. That's what you saw. Let's see. Why did I have this section? I guess just the floors and columns. And then, let's see. Walking down the hall between a pair of pillars to a white weirwood door set in the marble wall. When she saw the... Okay, so this is Moon Door. Why are you calling me?
Your chat froze, dude.
Oh, cool. Thanks. That was Sean telling me the chat was frozen. Are we unfrozen now? That's funny. I was wondering, I thought maybe the stream crashed altogether. I was like, damn, I better pick up the phone. No, we're still going. Okay. So, snow, blah, blah, blah. Moon Door. I did a whole read through of this chapter, so I'm really just looking for stuff that is different or lends to our thing today. Yeah, well, they accused the singer of killing the lady wife. So, yeah, I'm done with this chapter. Let's move on. I think I've made the point. This is the one that I wanted to. This one is the one that complements this and might shed some more light on this. And this comes from KW Wines 5384 commenting on the last video. Yeah, the plural is interesting. The singers killed my wife. The contraction makes it sound plural. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The children are blamed for this stuff. They didn't do it. They didn't create the others. They didn't kill Nissa Nissa. It was Night's King. So there you go. That's what I've been saying. So this is Cersei talking to Jaime. I hoped by now you would have grown tired of that wretched beard. All that hair makes you look like Robert. So Jaime is kind of like a green man because Jaime's another. So so Jaime's a lion, obviously, but the lion is solar symbolism. Garth the Green is the Summer King. And Jaime is, strong and beautiful and all that stuff. So he is compared to a sun god in Bran's dream as well. So Jaime looks like Robert. That's a Summer King idea. His sister had put aside her mourning for a jade green gown with sleeves of silver mirrorish lace. An emerald the size of a pigeon's egg hung on a golden chain about her neck. So this is Cersei is doing Night's Queen stuff. She's got the jade green gown, but the sleeves are silver lace. So this is green getting frozen. She's got the pigeon's egg, an emerald. It's on a chain. So it's kind of like she's got this seed of green on a chain. It's like chained up. And then, let's see. Robert's beard was black. Mine is gold. Gold or silver? Cersei plucked a hair from beneath his chin and held it up. It was gray. All the color is draining out of you, brother. You've become a ghost of what you were, a pale, crippled thing, and so bloodless, always in white. She flicked the hair away. I prefer you garbed in crimson and gold. I prefer you dappled in sunlight with water beating on your naked skin. So they're both lusting after an older version of each other, okay? She is like, I liked you when you were crimson and gold, when you were full of color. But now the blood's been drained out of you and you're like a pale ghost. And he looks at her and he's like, well, I liked you better when you were a child of the forest in the sun. Dappled is a big word because the children of the forest are dappled with spots like a doe. So when you see dappled Nissa figures, that's bringing out that child of the forest symbolism. Water beating on your naked skin, that would be dappling too, yeah. So Nissa and Night's Queen transformed, longing after their former states. She says, you presume to dicker with me? Need I remind you, you are sworn to obey. So this is why I keep saying, Night's Queen is in charge. I'm sworn to protect the king. My place is at his side. Your place is wherever he sends you. Tommen puts his seal on every paper that you put in front of him. This is your doing, and it's folly. So it's like Night's Queen is this hidden hand. Where like other people are getting blamed for stuff or credited for stuff like building Winterfell, but she's actually the one who's doing it. Cersei took a seat beneath the window. Behind her, Jaime could see the blackened ruins of the Tower of the Hand. So this is all post Weirwood Net. George is just reminding us, like, hey, we burned the Weirwood tree already. So these are Knight's King and Queen figures. Why so reluctant, sir? Did you lose your courage with your hand? So it's like Knight's King was a man without fear when he chased and caught Knight's Queen. But now he's lost something. And he says, I swore an oath to Lady Stark never again to take up arms against the Starks or Tullys. So Jaime, the otherized man, is saying, oh, well, I've sworn an oath to Lady Stark. So this is what I'm saying. The Starks took in the Manderleys, and the Manderleys swore them oaths. The Manderleys are the exiled green men swearing oaths to the Starks. So here's Jaime, an otherized former sun god. He swore an oath to Lady Stark when he was in a wooden cage. Like, she says, your notions of manhood had changed somewhat, brother. Jaime felt his anger rising. True, Loras does not leer at your teats the way Sir Osmond does. There's that word again. But I hardly think about this. Cersei slapped his face. Jaime made no attempt to block the blow. I see I need a thicker beard to cushion me against my queen's caresses. Let's see. The queen's eyes were green ice. And this is the quote that the reader caught. The queen's eyes were green ice. So this is literally a symbol of freezing the Weirwood Net. Green ice. Because sometimes her eyes are green wildfire. So that would be warm and green, but now they're frozen. So there you have it. Just as Sansa is working within this whole frozen garden. It's the same symbol, the green eyes. Green eyes were green ice. You had best go, sir. And then what is she doing? She's sending out the others. Lancel, Osmond Kettleblack, and Moonboy. Oh, those are all otherish names. So Lancel got otherized like Jaime. He got turned white, all the color drained out. Then he joined the Warrior's Sons, which is a otherly order of knights. Jaime got the color drained out, and he, of course, previously joined the Kingsguard. Osmond Kettleblack is a Kingsguard, and Moonboy, all the others are Moonboys. The others are children of Night's Queen, who is a moon pale woman. So there you go. So you had best go, sir. And then Jaime thinks of a bunch of other names. And she says, are you deaf as well as maimed? You'll find the door behind you, sir. So like turn around, go the other way. We should start back. As you command, Jaime turned on his heel and left her. Somewhere the gods were laughing. So there you go, reference to the laughing Weirwood gods. Cersei is also like a statue carved of ice in that first Winterfell chapter. So she's got Night's Queen stuff more often than not. Do you think Howland will reveal Jon's parentage in the crypts of Winterfell? Kelly. Oh, man. No. That's going to be Lyanna's ghost. Or a dragon in a dragon dream. I think Howland might be important for like politics, but no, he's not going to be the one that tells Jon. 40 knights and as many esquires awaited him outside the Red Keep stables. Half were Westermen sworn to House Lannister. The others, recent foes, turned to doubtful friends. So the others are transformed. Their loyalty is switched. His palfrey was a blood bay. His destrier was a magnificent gray stallion. So it's this, it's more bifurcation symbolism. The blood bay is like a bay is like a body of water. So it's a bloody sea, but a bay is also a horse. And the weirwoods that contain the green sea are like horses. So the blood bay is a bloody weirwood symbol. The other one is a gray stallion. Odin's horse, guess what? It's a gray horse. So more weirwood symbols. So one's gray, one's white and gray, and the other one is Lannister gold. So it just has this sort of bifurcation thing. Two weirwood horses, one bloody and summer associated, and the other gray and white and snowy. So, my lord the lad asked, will you be wanting your new hand? Wear it, Jaime, urged Sir Kennos of Case. Wave at the small folk and gave them a tale to tell their children. Oh, I'm thinking of Tim's Kennos voice. I think not. Jaime would not show the crowds a golden lie. Let them see the stump. Let them see the cripple. So, the others are like felled trees. They're like stumps because they've been cut off from the trees. Let's see. There's more in this chapter. A lot of it's Ilyn Payne stuff. So Ilyn Payne is this other that Jaime is basically hanging around with. I don't need to do all this Ilyn Payne symbolism, though. He doesn't make sound like the others. His eyes were as cold as ice on a winter lake. When he tries to talk, it's a cackling, cracking sound. Yeah. Sir Ilyn had been half of Jaime's price for swallowing the Boy King's command like a good little Lord Commander. The other half had been Sir Adam Marbrand. Sir Adam Marbrand. Okay, so House Marbrand sigil is a burning tree. And Adam is the name of, what? Adam, like the first man. So he's got kissed by fire hair. And so, yeah, he's a giant. The other half is, he wants the man of the burning tree. So this is more like taking those burning spirits out of the tree and turning them into others. Jaime is demanding them. He's like, hey, Night's Queen, right there, look, there's a burning green man spirit. I want you to give him to me, essentially. And the same thing with Payne. He's demanding Payne. So basically, Jaime, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, is demanding more others from Cersei, the Night's Queen. Give me Ilyn Payne. Give me Adam Marbrand. Give me the man that comes out of the burning tree. From what Jaime had seen of the Riverlands, scarcely a field remained unburnt, a town unsacked, a maiden undespoiled. And now my sweet sister sends me to finish the work that Amory Lorch and Gregor Clegane began. So they burned it, and he's trying to salvage it. Robb Stark took me unawares in the Whispering Wood. That will never happen again. You have my word on it. Marbrand seemed visibly relieved to be a horse again, wearing the smoke gray cloak of his own house instead of the gold wool of the city watch. So Adam Marbrand doing the same thing as the horses. smoke gray, like Jaime's gray horse, or a gold cloak, like Jaime's red and gold horse. So same bifurcation. It's Weirwood Net bifurcation. Let's see, the upper floor of the squat half... It's more of it. So they get to a castle. Jaime decided to take him. He had sought out ElleAnne's... Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. This is Jaime seeking out ElleAnne Payne at the end of a place called Trader's Walk in the Red Keep. The upper floor of the squat, half-round tower was divided into cells for prisoners. So divided tower, divided tree. And let's see. Behind a door of hammered iron and a second of splintery gray wood. And then they talk about how the last chief jailer had been a cloth merchant who worked for Littlefinger. He turned into an antlerman and tried to sell out the throne to Stannis. And so Joffrey nailed antlers to their heads and flung them over the city walls to join Stannis. So this is more of... This is just like Renly's Knights of Summer that look like trees and Shadow Knights going over to Stannis. Here, the Antlermen are literally being flung out of the Red Keep, which is a Weirwood symbol. The Weirwoods are a red keep. They are a red bloody keep. They're a keep, meaning a place where people live. And they're red because they have red leaves and bloody mouths. So literally catapulting Antlermen out of the Weirwood and giving them to Stannis. A red fort. Yes, absolutely. Okay, and so then we'll close the stream here with a couple of quotes about Winterfell. So Lyanna's statue, wearing a garland of pale blue roses, her eyes weeping blood. That just, the Kings of Winter watched Ned pass with eyes of ice. So again, I say, if Lyanna's a Night's Queen symbol, she's down here with these icy-eyed Kings of Winter. This just sounds like more of the same pattern. Night's Queen in charge of a bunch of others who are like Starks. And then the other one, they were almost at the end now, and Bran felt a sadness creeping over him. And there's my grandfather, Lord Rickard, who was beheaded by Mad King Aerys. His daughter, Lyanna, and his son, Brandon, are in the tombs beside him. See, they're not supposed to have statues, but that's only for the lords and kings. But my father loved them so much he had them done. The maid's a fair one, Osha said. Robert was betrothed to marry her, but Prince Rhaegar carried her off and raped her, Bran explained. Robert fought a war to win her back. Okay, so this is the same as the Sansa story. Sansa is supposed to marry Sweet Robin, who is Robert. And she was carried off, not by a bard like Rhaegar, but by Littlefinger, a man who employs a bard, Marillion, the singer. So, yeah, strong parallel there. And it's just showing you that Lyanna's Night's Queen, I guess. Pretty basic. I should have done that one at the beginning. I already alluded to it, so whatever. See, he killed Rhaegar on the Trident with his hammer, but Lyanna died and he never got her back at all. So she is still lost. That's kind of the point. Now check this one out. Bran heard fingers fumbling at leather, following by the sound of steel on flint. Then again, a spark flew, caught. Osha blew softly. A long pale flame awoke, stretching upward like a girl on her toes. Osha's face floated above it. She touched the flame with the head of the torch. Bran had to squint as the pitch began to burn, filling the world with orange glare. The light woke Rickon, who sat up yawning. When the shadows moved, it looked for an instant as if the dead were rising as well. Lyanna and Brandon, Lord Rickard, and it goes on and on. So, raising the dead, raising up the Kings of Winter here, would be like animating the others, leading them out on an invasion. And it's Osha, who starts out as an ash maiden, but also has icy symbolism. She's the one doing it. She's got a long pale flame, which reminds me of the pale sword and dawn and pale fire and stuff. And, or Euron's Hands of White Fire lady. And she's the one raising the others here. So that's interesting. This was where they came when the warmth had seeped out of their bodies. And upstairs, it's day but dark from all the smoke, like the long night. Oh, this is interesting. So they ask Bran what time of day it is, and they ask him, "Are you sure?" And so it says, never moving his broken body, he reached out all the same, and for an instant he was seeing double. There stood Osha holding the torch, and Mira and Jojen and Hodor, and the double row of tall granite pillars and long dead lords behind them, stretching away into darkness. But there was Winterfell as well, gray with drifting smoke. The massive oaken iron gates charred and askew, the drawbridge down in a tangle of broken chains and missing planks. Bodies floated in the moat, islands for the crows. So what's interesting here is that they're down in this cold crypt with the Kings of Winter, and then Bran sees Winterfell superimposed over the crypt. So what is that saying exactly? I don't know. I think it's more language that implies... Oh, yes, I do know. It's just more... Yeah, it's implying that they're waking. Because like the dead lords stretching away into the darkness, all of a sudden they look like they're walking around the surface of Winterfell to Bran. That's what it would look like. So, yeah. I think that's what he's talking about. Islands for the crows is a reference to the Isle of Faces. Bodies, because they're bodies floating in the moat. So there are crows and ravens that ward people off from the Isle of Faces. The crows are Night's Watchmen, who are like dead green men. And these islands are made of dead bodies. So yeah, green zombie reference here. Add Winterfell. And I've got to come back to green zombies and figure out how they fit in all this stuff too, obviously. And this is where the same Winterfell is now snow-covered. So Ramsay had burned the stables, and his father had thrown up new ones twice as large as the old. So similar to the burned gates, and now we're throwing up the new gates. The burned stable, like Arya's burning stable, and now we've made a new one. And a home for horses, more Yggdrasil stuff. But basically, we're making a new home that's cold, right? So beyond the walls, as far as he could see, the world was turning white, transforming the world here. The woods, the fields, the King's Road, the snows were covering all of them beneath a pale, soft mantle, bearing the remnants of the winter town, hiding the blackened walls Ramsay's men had left behind when they put the houses to the torch. The wounds snow made, snow conceals. But that was wrong. Ramsay was a Bolton now. So, yeah, it's just, this is the freezing over of what's left of the Weirwood Net, basically. And then here's the snowmen. So remember, Sansa built Winterfell out of snowmen. Above, this is Theon. He could see some squires, meaning squirrels, children of the forest, building snowmen along the battlements. They were arming them with spears and shields, putting iron half-helms on their heads and arraying them along the inner wall, a rank of snowy sentinels. So there's the sentinel tree. These are snowy trees, snow-covered trees. Let's see here. Lord Winter has joined us with his levies, one of the sentries outside the Great Hall japed. Yeah, so who's the King of Winter? Who are his levies? It looks like there are others that live at Winterfell. Sentinels, tree soldiers. More snowmen had risen in the yard by the time Theon Greyjoy made his way back. To command the snowy sentinels on the walls, the squires had erected a dozen snowy lords. And this is also kind of like the wall. The 79 sentinels, they have tree symbolism, and they are frozen and planted in the wall. So again, that's why I was saying, me and Michael are talking about, well, there might be green seers frozen either under the wall or in the crypts of Winterfell, which are parallel places anyway. It's hard to say. You can see the case for both. And then the soldiers there, huddled in their hooded cloaks, the guards were almost indistinguishable from the snowmen. So the people here are snowmen. It's a castle for snowmen, guys. Let's see. Smooth, unbroken expanse of white that came halfway up to their calves. It's just the white world. Let's see. The tents were half buried. Oh, the entrance to the crypts was in the oldest section of the castle near the foot of the first keep, which had sat unused for hundreds of years. Ramsay had put it to the torch when he sacked Winterfell, and much of it, what had not been burned, had collapsed. Only a shell remained, one side open to the elements and filling up with snow. See, rubble was strewn all about, great chunks of shattered masonry, burned beams, broken gargoyles. The falling snow had covered almost all of it, but part of one gargoyle still poked above the drift, its grotesque face snarling sightless at the sky. This is where they found Bran when he fell. The gods could not kill Bran no more than I could. So this is kind of like, this flashback is putting this all at the same time. So when Bran falls, this is this is like a lightning striking the tree event, right? And so Bran is like a fallen green seer here. And this is, yeah. So after that, essentially, after that fall, I guess Bran maybe like the fallen green man, you know? Corn Bran. And yeah, after that, at that spot, everything is cold. And it's like, well, the gods couldn't kill Bran. He went to the north. Like the Starks did. Like the others did. The door was frozen shut. Her sergeant had to go find an axe before he could pull it open. Hinges screaming to reveal stone steps going down into the darkness. So, oh gosh, that's the whole thing. Look, we made it through the whole thing. 76, well, zoomed in pages. So the screaming hinge, that's the door. I'm tired. All right. You guys get the idea. So how do we sum this up? What did we learn today? We learned, and this is something I want to keep developing, but there is something about the Starks taking in the others, giving them a home, building them a castle. That seems to be the purpose of Winterfell. And that seems to be the purpose of the wall. Again, to give the others a place to live until Bran can come along and fix this. So I think this would say that there must be something connected to the essence of the others at Winterfell. There must be something about Winterfell that safeguards the others. If they're not down there as the kings of winter, then it could be that all the blood fed to the Winterfell heart tree is what is keeping these things sort of stable. Because it does seem that there is a snowstorm descending on Winterfell now that there are no Starks there. So there's something about the line of the Starks that's important, them being in Winterfell, and if they don't do that, then yeah, that seems like a snowstorm is happening. So the Starks have a pact with the others. A lot of these scenes... Oh, God. So when Jon was letting the wildlings through the wall, it says that none knelt, but all gave him their oaths. So again, we have the others swearing oaths to the Starks. Man. All right, let me check on the super chats, see if we did get them all. My birds are dying down there. 4 hours by themselves. All right. Nope, we got them all. We're good. Yeah, I'm about to pass out. I need to eat food. All right, guys. So New Year's Eve, we're streaming again. Oh, God. I'm going to go see Primus tomorrow night. And then I'm going to, on Tuesday night, I'm going to go see Primus with Sean, Hero with 1,000 Voices, in Oakland. And then Tuesday night, we're going to do a New Year's Eve stream. We're going to do a predictions countdown iceberg. All my future predictions arranged in some sort of 4-tier thing, and we'll go through all the New Year's Eve stuff. So if you're staying home for New Year's, come hang out with us, and I'll figure out when it's exactly going to start. I'm not sure if I will start exactly at midnight East Coast or maybe at 11 East Coast, so we can move through the New Year's, but just look for it in your feed. I'll make announcements and all that. But yeah, if you're not going out for New Year's, if you are, be safe, have fun. If not, come hang out, and I'll give many predictions. So maybe I'll have some guests. Who knows? All right, guys. Thank you for the strong attendance today. Over 500. That was awesome for pure hardcore symbolism. Keep it green. Smoke them if you got them. And subscribe to the channel. I just posted new Discord invites in the YouTube there. So if you hit the subscribe, become a squisher, you'll get a Discord link. And I'm going to go take a nap.